Okay. Guys, what's up? Yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical. Yesterday the microphone attacked us. So, there was that. A little bit tired, just woke up in the middle of the night. Let's see who also cannot sleep. Oh ja, klar. Hey Goldstandard, what's up, man? Na, schön, ne? Ja, schön. So, I got a coffee here. Maybe some social talk, like 20 minutes. Maybe something like this. And then jump into the run at 4 o'clock. Wow, cool. I think I also do something for the community in different time zones like this. So random different time zones can also join in and watch live. Whether I still exercise in Austria? Currently not. But I should. I definitely should. Honestly, also playing like Spire Intense after having 3 months off the computer is also currently exhausting. Simply because I'm not still in the Spire mode yet. So a lot of things which are usually obvious, I want to double and triple confirm. I mean, for those who watched the stream the last days, they know. I'd rather double or triple confirm something before I misplay. It's also to get into the habit of doing the good decisions. So if you double and triple confirm something, it doesn't mean that you wasted the time to double and triple confirm something. It just meant that you thought about it 2 or 3 times. Therefore, the learning process is even better. Yeah. When are we grinding LoL again? We are never grinding LoL. I mean, we are getting better in LoL, and then we are getting a better rank. Last times we went to gold, right? Yeah, I mean, League of Legends is certainly a game which is not applying my skill set, and I would do it purely for my own sake. But then again, if I actually think logically about it, I should probably just not play it for my own sake. But yeah, I also sometimes have those dreams where I think, oh, maybe I should go for Platin, or maybe I should just play some other characters to gold as well. But then I think, wait a second, how many moments of like super happiness did I really have in these many hours of LoL? And then I just realized that a lot of it is just like, you know, very repetitive. And then you have like sometimes your adrenaline spikes. So no, I don't believe that I will play more LoL. But yes, I mean, also because of the inherent thing, right? That yeah, I don't know. It's maybe just, I mean, sometimes, you know, I'm not like LoL is for me really like something where I think, okay, like if I would actually be good at the game, it could be fun, you know. No, seriously. No. Okay. But then again, I'm twice the age of other LoL players, at least the good ones. Okay, so how's Dota compared to it? I don't know, but I don't think it's just like, you know, that's having played this 1 month of LoL, that's my own luxury, my own life luxury. Like, kind of, I would really not advise that to anybody, honestly. Definitely not with the current the chat environment, right? So, what am I saying? I'm saying I don't think it's very good for your life or for pretty much anything, but because also I believe that the fun is more coming from the adrenaline spikes. I mean, of course it's extremely skill heavy and you can develop skills, but the problem is you can usually not apply these skills to real life. Or you could play something else where you could learn something which you can apply better to real life. Yeah? So I don't think that LoL should be like the first choice, but it's a very good game for some. I mean, it really completely depends. I mean, we have talked about it extensive, right? So yeah. Yeah, the Jackson Tracy says, "Hey coach, glad having you back. Only been able to catch the videos before now." Yeah, this will also not change because I mean, obviously this is extremely off schedule what I'm doing currently, like at this very moment. But maybe that's also pretty cool for those who haven't been able to watch it live, that they have the opportunity to watch it at least 1 or 2 times live. Okay. Social time till 7, yes. So till 7. Nee. Also like social time till 4. Yeah, I mean, did anybody watch the run yesterday? I think it was actually, I also like reflected again, and I think it was pretty much fine, honestly. Couldn't find, I mean, usually I'm very skeptical, but I could really not find much. Yeah, pretty much this. Yeah. What Susta says, do I think 90% win rate is possible? 90% on the Ironclad. To put things into perspective, a year ago, or even a half a year ago, there were estimations about optimal win rates of characters, and like the estimations, forget about the estimations on the silent and on the defect, because of course these characters got hugely boosted or hugely buffed in the last patch, specifically silent. But for Watcher the estimation was like around 95% with optimal gameplay, which I probably think might be slightly higher but not really much. And then on the Ironclad it was always assumed, and that was back then it was being thought as a very optimistic guesstimate, was guessed at 75% with like optimal gameplay. I mean, to put things into perspective, the best players in the world had 60%, or 55 to 60%. If I remember right, like a year ago, it was like Terrence had 55, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think like Terrence Jobs had 55, and some other like not like Belalot had probably like 60 or I don't know, something between 55 and 60. Yeah. So a guesstimate of an optimal gameplay of Ironclad at 75 was to be thought very optimistic. Ironclad's buffs weren't that impactful. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. So no, I mean, I don't think 90% is possible. I believe if at the end of this sample we also I mean yeah, I mean it's no. I just know. I mean, I don't even know what also Honestly, I don't even know how we are pulling off what we are currently doing. I mean, okay, to put things into perspective. Before we started to play the Ironclad, the best players of the world played 3 against 2. Winning 3, losing 2. Winning 3, losing 2. Winning 3, losing 2. Right? And now... yeah, and instead of winning 3, losing 2, winning 3, losing 2, winning 3, losing 2. If we could instead play winning 3, losing 1, winning 3, losing 1, winning 3, losing 1. I mean, that would be, yeah, I mean, this is mind-blowing. Yeah? So, basically, every 4 games, so put things in perspective, right? Every 5 games, a game which is lost by another world-class player, we need to convert into a win. I mean, no, it's just not happening. We will see, but it's, yeah, let's check out what's happened, what will happen. Yeah. I also don't believe that we are so far away from the perfect, from the optimal gameplay. I don't think it's that far away. It's still away, but it's not that far away. Because again, you have 57 flaws of decision making. And I think we can, with confidence, say that we play a lot of Act 1 fights just perfect. Just perfect. I mean, sometimes there's just not enough options. But having a played... also... yeah, no, you can say that, yeah. Like, most of the Act 1 fights we probably play perfect. The execution of the fight itself, right? So maybe half of them. And the other half of them, maybe we are burning half alive. We are not burning 5 life, we are burning maybe half alive, you know, in the fights. So, the fights themselves, the execution of the fights, we are basically, yeah, optimal, yeah, or near optimal. It will then be a little bit more difficult here, but usually we are very close to optimal. And the earlier is more impactful because snowballs, so that's already a very good foundation and is also being shown in our win rate. The next thing is 57 flaws of, or 56 flaws of decision making. But these are multiple choices. For those who know the American school system, they know multiple choices are usually not a very daunting task. Yeah, card choices in the first flaws. I think we are very good at these evaluations and are very close to optimal as well. Because the approacher always see and check what we need in the first in the fights to come, and to estimate what kind of cards are late game, what cards are not late game, and then making the picks accordingly. Example, floor 1, combust, body slam, infernal blade. That's a clear combust. That's an optimal decision. There's not even like a wiggle room, you know. And yeah, do you remove or not? Yeah, we remove this. Just take a look at yesterday, for example. This is optimal, like going into floor 1, what can we do, right? Then the fight was optimal because of expectational value. Then here's still optimal. This, okay, this is the first decision we had to make. I don't know whether that was optimal, but probably yes, right? So what I'm simply saying is, and so on and so forth. So my goal is not to praise us into the heavens and above. My goal is just to show that Spire is not an infinite matrix of choices. But the elements are pathing, and I think with the pathing we are near optimal. Yeah, because sometimes the pathing is clear, then we are optimal. Or the pathing is borderline, like there are different choices, but then we probably decide at least near optimal. The same goes for the choices in the Spire. I would say we are near optimal. Like sometimes we are just optimal, like combust, body slam, infernal blade is a clear choice. Sometimes we are near optimal, even if this would not be the best choice, which I mean, this was probably the best choice, but you know what I'm saying, right? Cleave or carry rampage, we decided for the cleave. We could have also not taken it. I believe cleave was correct, but if cleave would have not been correct, it would have not burned a lot. Then cleave was at least near optimal. And then the fights, we just talked about that. So, and those are the elements of the Spire. Potion uses also, but that's again fights, right? So these are the elements of the Spire, and that's about it. Yeah. So. What aneurysma says, but sometimes outliers will save your run. No. Also, you don't mean with hindsight, right? Naja, also... Sometimes specific decisions will save the run because it's just a better decision because we overlooked something. This is basically the... And also, of course, the further you are in the Spire, the more difficult pathing and fights become. So, did we play optimal in the hard fight? Probably not. Did we blunder heavily? Definitely no. Like the hard fight, I also rewatched it. Did I make maybe some mistakes in the hard fight? Certainly. Were they impactful? In this case, yes, because it was a very close fight and we lost very... it was a very thin line between losing and winning. So, I also wasted as 1 life for sure in the Spire Shield Spare fight. Maybe more. Yeah. 1 life was obvious. That was just like a free life we lost. So that was, but yeah, it's basically, I think the question is being answered, yeah. As 90% is of course not possible. Lost very narrowly. Oh, thanks Mangoose. Yeah, we lost very narrowly. And in the elite fight, I know that I made at least a misplay for 1 life. And maybe, of course, the execution, of course, is difficult, you know. The further we are in, the more difficult the execution does become. But okay. So, at least we got 4 choices. Yeah, that has to be, as no matter what, this is a random relic. Random relic goes at 170, I would say. And it's just like the boot. It's just like the boot, guys. Okay. So there is a Hexaghost. Hexaghost usually being a tough opponent. I'm still feeling a little bit sleepy. I don't want to go into the Spire, like lose it very quickly. But yeah, I mean, it's not up to me, right? So there is, because the pathing is also pretty obvious. We see on the left side 3 elites. I think that's pretty clear. Hey, Gmotron, thanks very much for your sub, man. I think we see on the left side like 3 elites. 1, 2, 3. And I think it's also pretty obvious where to go. Because if we go here, we have the option for a shop. That would be important if this is Serpent. If it's a Serpent, I think this pathing is obviously... Oh, actually it's pretty sad. Oh, whoa, what? Ooh. Fire over lead might be better if we have a Serpent here and to go to the shop, honestly. Because there are no shops. Yeah, so this elite is certainly better than this shop. So if you do not go to this shop, we don't have a shop. Therefore, if this is Serpent, I think I'm willing to take the Serpent, then take the Fire over lead. Fire over lead is probably slightly weaker, but then the shop after Serpent is, of course, way stronger. Yeah, what would be this without a good job on fight? Okay, so in general, you would like to bash this because if he buffs, you want to triple strike this guy down. What Aneurysma says, you're on the level that a lot of times you're extremely close to the level of players that has the ability to use hindsight. No, because hindsight means future knowledge. You cannot get as good as somebody with hindsight. It's like playing the lottery, and if you have hindsight, you just know what numbers occur. You can just not get as good as that. Yeah, okay, bash, yeah. It's also a pretty obvious one. 7, okay. So strike is clear, block is clear. Definitely we deal the 9 damage over the 2 life loss. I can just talk from experience, guys. Taking the 2 for 9 will probably trivialize it. Also, it's just, I'm talking for out of experience here. It's not even close. Do you agree, guys? Do you agree? And here we have the boot. Whoa, boot value. Yeah, sick, oder? And then now we can really double block. Because, why is that? Yeah, because it's always better. There are 2 trees, either it attacks for 12 or it does buff. If it attacks for 12, we can block, double block. So, this is always better. bring it to 3. Or actually it's not 3, it's actually bringing it to 1. The boot strikes again, right? Pommel strike is better than the other offers. I'm not ready to spin the wheel. Which wheel even? What are we talking about? What? Nein, what? Nein, komm schon, scheiße. What the heck, Mann? Ja, genau. Ja, genau. Das ist genau, wie es läuft. Das ist genau, wie es läuft. Hey. Why did I even wake up today? Hey, Corpus Animus, what's up, man? You woke up randomly at 2 AM, feels bad, man? Yeah, same, same. In Thailand, they say same, same. Man, man. It's funny, because if people translate something from another language, they always say, like, the same thing. Like, the expression of their language in the other language. You will always hear same, 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 same. They are, or they also love this typical "I love you too much." They don't say very much, but like in their language they say too much. Goodbye. A guy. Good. What is eigentlich here? Time for another 6-hour run? You mean this? Well, why does this indicate 6 hours? It's rather the opposite. What do you mean? As we just got the boot as a Neo choice, we are facing the Hexa Ghost, and now we get a decay instead of a real node. Also that's rather like indicating a 1-hour run. Ah, when start? Greetings to Japan. Like, what? Afternoon, not afternoon. Here. Noon. Now I definitely need to do this, because this could also be removed. No? I'm feeling slightly scammed, guys. I mean, I can now spend 75 to remove this freaking crap. Result is I lost 2 floors and 75 gold in worth of value. And if I tell you that I'm feeling slightly scammed, I mean I'm feeling heavily scammed. And if people now point out that we can combine the curse with a rupture, this does somebody... Okay, fortunately not. Okay, at least we didn't waste any good relics in the shop. What sword boomerang actually worth considering? We definitely buy the sword boomerang. Yeah, you spotted it, guys. Very good. It's not even a joke. Sword boomerang is usually a break-even pick. Break-even means you're probably better off not picking it. Also, so break-even minus 10 gold. Now, costing 26 gold is minus 36 gold, but given that there's no shop in the entire site, it probably is basically like a pick. We can pick it or we cannot pick it. And yeah, with the boot it's probably positive 100. Upgraded boomerang is 1 energy 20 damage. Yeah, the sky's the limit, right? Crazy, ain't it? Okay. That being said, maybe we should upgrade the pommel strike anyways, but yeah. Okay, so remove and the curse. Yeah, remove decay. Not misclicking, I'm still feeling sleepy, so I just double check before I misclick. Yeah, wonderful. Heal 6. Really good. That means in the other events we do not need to yeah, it's lethal, no? Is it lethal? Yeah, it's lethal. No potion again. Wow. Oh. Body slam. Keep in mind, body slam with no block is not 5 damage. Yeah. Do we have a fire? Fire means skipping elite. Not so sure about this. Yeah, Corpus asked whether Carnage is worth considering, and yes, it is worth considering. That being said, we already picked Sword Boomerang and Pommel Strike, meaning we already picked 2 attacks. Number 1. Why is that important? It's important because our attack block ratio shifts. Number 1. Number 2, it's important because against the Nob we picked 2 energy in attack and 1 energy here. Even against the cubes, we pick 2 as like this as a card draw as well. Yeah, basically. And we also had 2 card picks already. Genau. Well, pretty much this. I mean, as an upside, the Carnage is not as much penalty for a barricade deck as a usual attack. Simply because of the reason that this is serial and exhaust later in the late game. Which basically means the penalty of Carnage is only half as big as like a penalty of a normal attack. Also normal attack. But that being said, again, this is 1 energy 15 after upgrade more. But it's also not pinpointed, so probably on the same level as Carnage. And it's probably currently in a worse level than Carnage. So yes, with the Carnage we could probably increase our deck value for now. It's also an 8 damage upgrade, which is bigger than all the others. And I mean, but I really am looking for doing this, but then Carnage should also help, right? Here. Then taking this. We still are healthy, right? We go out of this with 75, maybe 1 potion, then we should definitely do this, fire, elite. Yeah, okay. Kann man machen. Carnage is usually the card to take before... Never enough attacks against Nob, yes, and Carnage is usually the card to take before elite, or maybe even before 2 elites. Yep. Okay. Good, let's do it. Yeah, attack, block. I mean, there's not much to this. They're beautiful. Toto! Bring 6 HP. Ja, holy moly. Ja, no was! Wow! Das ist ja insane. Nein, also everything is insane. Blood for Blood would also be viable against Hexaghost. Against Hexaghost, Blood for Blood becomes a 0 energy 22. But let's forget about the Blood for Blood now, because we also have a high priority upgrade with the Carnage. Carnage is plus 8 damage, Blood for Blood is also plus 8 damage. Or plus 9 or whatever. But it's both as high priority upgrades. But yes, you see also the Pummel. And this is also what I see. 1 energy 20 damage. Exhaust in late game is utility now, but it's also utility for the late game. I see the same. But keep in mind that the first strength sources are also not helping the Pummel. Number 1. And number 2, what about the Evolve? Evolve is a consideration because we are up against the Hexaghost. And putting that aside, of course, it helps tremendously against the cubes. So, also usually the Evolve would be break even. Break even before the cubes if you do not have an answer for the cubes. Do we have an answer against the cubes? Carnage definitely helps because it's a high damage output. And it also costs 2 energy. This definitely helps because it's utility card draw. It helps that we are at full HP, and it definitely helps that we have Sword. That doesn't help. Okay, so usually if we would not face Hexaghost or Slimeboost, that would be probably break even. And now we are facing Hexaghost or Slimeboost. Whereas against Hexaghost, drawing more cards is not necessarily a blessing on 3 energy. I mean, it is good, yeah. I mean, of course, but if you are committed to play Carnage every time anyways, I'm not so sure about it. Especially if you also have already card draw in form of this. Other than that, we don't have status effects currently. And Pummel again is like quite, what, 1 energy, 20 damage you say, with exhaust. I mean, 20 damage is like, you know, once we have some strength sources, the 20 damage are not 20 damage, right? But yeah. Now, that gives us front load. And also is, again, like the same with the Carnage. It's only half the penalty for the late game. So we could do that too. Also putting that aside, Pummel also then solves the sentries. Yeah. So there's that. And I think if we do that, we also don't need Evolve. Yeah. So 20 damage for mana on a Hexagons is really valuable too, yeah. How often does Pummel prevent an extra not hit here? Yeah, often enough that we should do that, yeah. Pummel scales later though. Naja, Evolve scales later. But I also have to say Pummel is also still useful in Act 2. For sure. So I would also think that Pummel is the choice here. Now we really picked like 4 hyper, like you see already, right? I mean, it's funny because we picked this attack, which is a very potent attack early, and later it doesn't get penalized that much. This is potent now early, but later it doesn't get penalized that much. And the same goes for Pommel Strike. This doesn't even fall off later. It's really funny. So if we pick this, we really don't need to add more attacks. We can just remove those, and then we can just play with the attacks we already have, including Pummel. So, yeah. You've already exhausted and just going if you take Pummel. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, you mean for Feel No Pain Dark Embrace? That's a little bit sick. I mean, Feel No Pain okay, Dark Embrace not sure. But I hear you. So, no, but I guess for now, I mean, Pummel is just for sure good enough, especially if we want to go for the elite, which we want. It will be very helpful against the Nob, for sure. But we also do have a lot of attacks against the Nob anyways, putting that aside. So, what Carnage Pummel? Also biggest damage, of course, would be Pummel Strike Sword Boomerang. No? That's the biggest damage output here. This would be 41, bringing it to 47. Keep in mind we don't have a potion. So 47, and our deck does have 47 or not. Yeah, okay. Also if you don't want that, like if you want to have Carnage in the shuffle, we could also play Carnage. Okay, we want to play Carnage, right? Carnage in the shuffle is pretty good. So let's do that. There are certainly draws where this is better. And then we have now the choice to deal 5 damage more, but then not having Pummel in the shuffle. If we play Pummel, we have 48. Now, let's say we draw these two, just as an example, right? So this is 17. So 48, 17, 48, 17, 31, 31, and this is 31. So if you draw Bash into Pommel Strike, or Bash into Strike, or even Bash into Strike followed up by Pommel Strike, 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 this is just, you see it, right? This is just hitting this threshold if you draw Bash next turn. And also hits this threshold if you do not draw Bash next turn, but we redraw Sword Boomerang or Carnage, then it also hits threshold. Because we don't necessarily need vulnerable. Okay. So let's double attack, because if we draw Carnage, Sword Boomerang, we kill. Which we didn't do. Now, which basically means we will need to tank a hit, but afterwards we win. So the first block is always positive. The second one isn't. So I think we can one block and attack, like Bash is always getting us there, correct or not? We could also say that we always get there anyways, then we could even play a triple block. 27, are there iterations where we do not deal 27? Yes. Okay. Liquid Bronze is indeed a potion, which I wonder... As we are at the moment at 60% potion drop. We face 3 normal enemies. His horn dropped, yes. 3, and also before cubes, not so bad. And also before all the advanced hallway fights, not so bad. 60% potion, we had 4 fights, only 1 potion. We are currently doing all of that, what we are doing potionless, because of the boot. Boot MVP. On the Ironclad, the boot is not even that bad. On the Ironclad, if you have it from the beginning, the boot is actually acceptable under certain circumstances. We hit these certain circumstances in this game. Liquid Bros. Liquid Bros can be used against the Hexaghost as a standalone potion. Liquid Bros will usually inflict 40 damage. Maybe even a little bit more. The Liquid Bros is pretty phenomenal against the Hexaghost in comparison to all the other fights. Liquid Bros in other fights sucks like biggest, super mega biggest time. And in the Hexaghost fight it's actually suddenly good. Or reasonable. Perfect Strike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that would mean that this is already 20 damage. Yeah, sucks. Yeah. In comparison to the others. I wouldn't do it. No. It's like too much also with the Carnage anyways. And the Anger. The Anger is usually interesting against Hexaghost. Now... we might be in a spot where we do not need to pick the Anger. Yeah, exactly. Because we already have so many other cards. It's funky because usually Anger is of course a very high value card. You wouldn't get the Anger. Yes. What is if this costs us 20 HP, then we go to 30. Let's say 25. We upgrade Carnage. We go here. We go to what? 15 or what? We go here 15. We go here. We go here 15. Okay. And we will also find potions. So we will probably go through the Spire with 15. We have Gremlin Horn, so we don't need it. Gremlin Horn, so we don't need it. What does it have to do with Gremlin Horn? You mean against the cubes or what? Or against Lagavulin? Also pretty phenomenal, the boot against Lagavulin. Even after I debuff 2 strengths, we still have Sword Boomerang. Maybe it's also about Lagavulin. The Anger is of course very good against Lagavulin. There's no question about that. Now we have some front load against Lagavulin. I mean, we can... I'm not even so sure against Lagavulin. I mean, we need to play this, we need to play this. But yeah, this is obviously 20 damage for 1 energy, which is like... We basically inflict the fire potion on the Lagavulin, kind of. Which is normal. It's not even that great. These are not really helping. Oh, this is helping a little bit, right? Because Sword Boomerang will come back. And even after debuff, we can still play it again. Ja, guten Morgen, fragt Joe. Ja, musst du später anschauen, ja, heute sind wir nachts aufgewacht. So, 10 attacks, 4 blocks, might need some block now that Nob is dead. Yeah, we are too heavy on energy, on attacks. We don't need 1 extra and mana should be okay with multiples with Gremlin Horn. Yeah, also opens up stuff like Snacko Eye. Snacko Eye is usually quite strong on the Ironclad, and currently we have a +2 Snacko count. So usually we should pick the Snacko, and Anger is of course a very bad Snacko card. So what you're basically saying is, if we face advanced hallways like this or this, Gremlin Horn helps us if these are multiple enemies. So we don't need the Anger there. And of course also, generally speaking, we have this with 20 damage. If we draw this, it's so much better. We draw only 1/3 of the cards, which basically means Anger suddenly compares with Pummel, and Pummel of course being so much stronger than Anger. Because like 1 energy, 20 damage of course. Even Carnage is like equivalent. I just wonder about the Hexaghost, but what you're basically pointing out is that even if you get Anger against Hexaghost... I mean, okay, we have the Thorn Potion against Hexaghost. That's basically the idea, right? This is 40, 60, 80... 100, 120, 140, 50, 60, 70 in 4 or 5 draws. But we will get some relics. So we do not necessarily need it. And what is about it like later? It will fall off at some point. It usually falls off after the boss. After the boss, we get an energy and then anger is slightly burst. So the only question is, yeah, that's basically the question. Usually anger is very good, but we already picked so many attacks that it's probably not good enough. Especially not because Carnage. We upgrade Carnage? Or Pummel? No, Carnage. So, because Carnage is at plus 8 damage. Yeah? Also needs to be played against Lagavulin. Then yeah, we can upgrade Carnage. Yeah, I like this. And if you upgrade Carnage, anger is even worse. And also not needed against Hexaghost, no? Okay, fine. And again, our attack block density currently is really lousy. Look at this crap. Do we really have 4? Yeah, this is really lousy. Alright, so this is so good. Just imagine this would be an evolve. Would have been so lousy if this would have been an evolve. Yeah, that works. Easily. Easily. Boot value, we are not weakened. Attack potion. Attack potion also Lagavulin solve. I mean, whatever. And cube solve and whatever solve. And we want to use a potion because next fight 50% potion chance and liquid bronze for Hexaghost. Yeah. Skip, you say, I don't know. This seed force feeding attacks. Yeah. It does. Also, we upgrade Carnage, that's clear. I am thinking currently about the Pummel Strike. I think Pummel Strike just replaces itself. But after upgrade does more than that. The first upgrade goes on Carnage. I'm a little bit hesitant to upgrade Bash. We could do that against Hexaghost, but because we always need to play Carnage, I'm not so sure about this Bash. Also because Bash vulnerable doesn't inflict more damage with this and this. So, looks like a redemption game from the last seed. Not really. We already wasted 2 floors for no reason. We actually started here, and then this gave us a curse, which we then needed to pay to remove. So, it's also, yeah, that was very, very bad. So, what's the idea here? Yeah, I think we should just count the upgrades. There's one upgrade here, and there's another upgrade here. The first upgrade goes on the Carnage. That's pretty clear, right? Is it clear? At this point, I always slightly regretting. No, that's probably okay. Also, I think it's pretty clear. It's like 8 damage more. That's a lot. And it will play a long time. And the next upgrade goes on either Einmal 5 damage, or Pummel Strike for 1 damage and draw a card, or Swordbearing for 1 time 5 damage, which is also differentiated. So probably the next upgrade is then Pummel Strike. I would think Pummel Strike. Then there might be a next upgrade on Swordbearing, maybe Bash. I would rather like to see what we get first, like vulnerable sources or whatever. So I would actually not prioritize the Bash. So, so what does that mean for the Pummel Strike? I mean, to put things into perspective, we should probably compare the damage output of our deck for 1 energy. As 1 energy, 8 damage roughly, a little bit more than that. This is way better than this. Like, this is 1 energy, 9 damage. That's why I'm thinking, okay. And then replaces, right? So it's basically no card, 1 energy, 9 damage. And this is a card, 1 energy, 9 damage. This is more damage, but also a card. This is, of course, 1 energy, 20 damage. 1 energy, 15. Now these are, of course, way worse than Pummel Strikes. Yeah. So, do we play Carnage if we get it on turn 1 against Lagavulin? We definitely play Carnage, sure. No, Sever Soul is not good enough. I think we can solve without. Keyboards, yeah. Also, I'm pretty certain we can solve without. I'm really wondering about this Pommel Strike. Because the way I see it, it might also be a +6 upgrade. Like, this is the next upgrade, then Pommel Strike upgrade. But the upgrade after that, I do not see allocated on this. Or this, but I might see the next upgrade already on the Pommel Strike, kind of. I think the card is also not unimportant also against Hexagons. And currently, again, we compare this Pommel Strike with like these strikes currently. So, I don't know. Don't you feel the Pommel Strike is just positive? It's also not falling off in the late game, number 1. Number 2, it's also utility card draw in the late game. Number 3, 2 Pommel Strikes are still infinite. I mean, forget about infinites, but it's just like a little bit utility that sometimes you can loop these. And they also empower every attack, like every attack relic. Shuriken, Dexterity, like Kunai, you know, Nunchaku, Ornamental Fan. Yeah. I think we just take it. I do not see, you know, just how things are. Did you hear infinite? Yeah, you didn't really left or right. Mummified hand. And we have a power or not? Yeah, also we have a high incentive to play attack potion. Because we have 50-50 to find a potion and it's just correct, right? I mean, okay, so with the Carnage, we could nuke one of the outer cubes. We could also use Fiend Fire. Yeah, Carnage is the obvious pick, but it doesn't necessarily mean the good pick. Fiend Fire is also absolutely possible. We can get Horn value. Yeah, we will get Horn value. The Fiend Fire is 21, Carnage is like 20, but it will reoccur. So that's probably cool. So we kill one of the outer cubes with this, and then we take a look, right? Oh. This could have been a block, therefore. I think that was correct. Now, if we play the 9 damage on the outer cube, it's like 35. And we could kill it with Pommel Strike Strike. 35. We could kill it with Pommel Strike Strike. Is there a downside of doing this attack? 41. And we have damage output 35. So even if we play block, because we didn't draw the combination of these three. If we didn't draw the combination of these three, let's say we only drew Pommel, right? We can just double block, attack this cube, and then play the output of 21 with this. So I think there's no really downside to Pommel Strike there. 35 is also Pommel Sword. Now Pommel, also Sword Boomerang is not directed damage, unfortunately. But yeah. There is only one downside. What if this is not... The problem is this draws us into Pommel Strike or Pommel, right? Then we would rather like to do this. Because this is then 32. And if it's 32... difficult. This is actually tricky. Because we could also just 32 and then kind of guarantee this stuff, you know. Yeah, I don't know. But then again, if you do not draw double block, or no, huh? No, like if this goes into pummel, we would need to play pummel, right? Oh yeah, okay, but then we can just like play pummel on this guy. It's okay, right? Yeah, okay, fair. We would just do it. That's what I'm saying. We would just go ahead and play it. Perfect. Good gameplay gets rewarded once again. Ich glaube, ich bin. We are in good gameplay becomes rewarded country. Wow. What a world to be alive. It's time to be alive. Streams getting earlier and earlier, says SPW, that's right. Nur die Taffen kommen in den Garten. Okay. Ta-ta-ta-ra-pa-pa-ra-pa. Ta-ta-ra-ta-ra-ta-ra-ta-ta-ta-ta. Machine gun. Okay. What sleep problems, asked Sipacho. No, exactly the opposite. Or am I asleep currently? Man, please give me freaking power. Oh my god. Oh my, OM freaking G. Whoa. 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 Oh. Come. Oh. Very good cube fight. You mean because we didn't lose any life? Yeah, that freakingly qualifies as a very good team. Right. So, what? Potion use. Found a potion. Potion use. Found a potion. Power. Oh, Fiendfire, hey. But need to pick halt Power halt, ja. Ja, Fiendfire, klar. Das wäre auch nicht schlecht gewesen, Fiendfire, ne? Fiendfire ist auch nicht das Schlechteste hier. But need to pick Power, because it's double upgrade. It cannot skip double upgrade, oder? Also, okay, Fiendfire is probably worth around 200. Is it really true? Yeah, it's less true if suddenly these are also so much damage. It's also less true if stuff like whatever. These are so much damage. I mean, it does synergize with these though, yeah. But also change a little bit if this is so much damage. So yeah, probably around 200. I don't know. Something. And yeah. And then we have Brutality, which is probably worth 50. Upgrade 150. And then discount something 200 as well. Better for the late game. Better for the Hexaghost. Tja, Fiendfire. Skipping Fiendfire ist schon ziemlicher Schuh. I don't know. But I would probably just take... even the relics feel the same from this. That's interesting. And future ruptures are upgraded. And we have reasonable attacks for now. And future rupture is not only upgraded but double upgraded. And future rupture, which is double upgraded, synergizes perfectly with pommel strikes, pummel, sword boomerang, everything. And we don't need to pick further attacks. Only need to remove all 5 strikes and we are good to go. Yeah, let's do it. Interesting. We have 40% potion drop. I would also make use of that. Armaments is a little bit weird if all our powers come upgraded, and we don't want to add more cards. But at the same time, we just upgrade what we have in the deck. So, and honestly, I really only want to add powers from now on. So, okay, but at the same time, we could also, yeah, basically this. I really only want to add powers from now on. Yeah, now you're saying something about the bird. Yeah, but the bird, the thing is, okay, Mummified Hand and Frozen Egg, what are we supposed to do? All powers coming up, double upgraded is basically as good as the bird. Nothing green, just skip. Yeah, good, also in Act 1, usually everything is never green. Unless, I mean, powers, yeah, now. Okay, So this one is looking juicy. Yeah, I don't know. We already skipped 2 floors, no? But okay. So and we also didn't get any removes therefore. So what about this armament there? The alternate play is just to pick armaments and to upgrade armaments. I could also see that. Yeah, powers will not be upgraded for the armaments. That's clear. So that would be the small downside. One small okay. Carnage already been upgraded. Small downside for the armaments. Sure. Brutality already upgraded. Small downside for the armaments. Sure. But that being said, if you pick only one, and also future powers, of course, will not interact with the armament. But what is the positive thing about armament? Well, I assume that it upgrades pommel strikes. That's probably the positive aspect. There's also another positive aspect, that the upgrades after armaments, I mean, there will be one into armament, and the upgrade after armament we can put into pommel strike. Because if you draw the upgraded pommel strike, we can pommel strike into armaments. Yeah. Unless we say we are satisfied with what we have, which could also be true. And we just want to make sure to upgrade. What is the next upgrade? Pommel strike, right? Probably. Because we need also the card draw, because if the powers discount our attacks as well, we will look at a deck with a lot of powers and hopefully with also card draw as well. So no, we can outscale the bird. Yeah, the idea is to outscale the bird, of course. Yeah, sure. Rest sites become a bit weird with armaments plus if you do not need to heal. And you're saying we are not needing to heal. We do not need to heal. I mean, usually we do not heal at rest sites anyways. If you are too healthy, you just farm more elites. That's usually the recipe. Too much health. Like, if you have too much health, you usually just farm more elites. That's the recipe. That solves basically your too much health problem. Also, armament is bad for Snecko. What? Eh? I'm not so sure about that. Always nice in case we see the hammer. Oh, interesting. I think it's rather about whether we think... by the way, Brutality should also be very good against Hexaghost as well as Liquid Thorns. Do we have problems against Hexaghost? For whatever reason I thought no. But only because we got Brutality? No. I'm not even sure why. Oh yeah, because we are very healthy. And because this will not change, so Hexaghost should be okay, yeah. So the armament, yes. Also, it's really not that bad that the next. Somebody said campfires are sad with armament, but that's what I'm pointing out. They are not sad because we can pommel strike upgrades, and if you draw pommel strike plus into a hand with armament, you just play pommel strike plus before you play armaments. So that's not the problem. The first upgrade was on armament plus, on armament. The second upgrade goes on this, but we just avoid campfires. But if we have to take 1 or 2 campfires in Act 2, we can circulate the 1 or 2 campfires into this and this. And then in Act 3 it's the key, right? And there are also a lot of relics which are just excluding that we want to upgrade at the fire. Fusion Hammer, Peace Pipe, Giria, and maybe Dreamcatcher, and you know, like the rest side, and Shovel. Yeah. Okay. So the last concern about the armament would really be, I mean, that being said, it also increases our block density. Also, I really do not mind that. I mean, currently we are sitting at 1/4 blocks. Yeah, so increasing the block density, honestly, I believe it's also positive. Let's take the armament. Yeah. Innate Brutality always makes armament 25% better. Yeah, but also in turn 1 not, right? So it's really about the powers in the future, which makes armament worse. But that being said, for making armament worse, we first need to get the powers and play the powers. Yeah. Big armament here. Honestly, with the loadout we already have, I'm nearly looking at remove instead of transform. Oh, but that being said, if you transform into freaking power, okay. Any skill is welcome. True statement or not? Yeah, nearly every skill, nearly any skill is welcome. I mean, not welcome. It's okay. It's okay. You know. Then corruption we don't have yet. Any power is insanely welcome, no matter what power. Any attack is mostly super sad, right? It's never upgrade, by the way. It's remove or transform. Usually I do not like transform that much at the end of an act. At the end of Act 1, I usually do not like transform that much because I'm not the biggest fan of just receiving random cards. Whereas, of course, in our case, the equation is a little bit different. Why is it usually bad to receive random cards at the end of Act 1? Because attacks are bad, skills are break even, and powers are break even. Rare cards are good. But the attacks are so much bad that the rare cards are not good enough to compensate for the bad attacks. Now, in our case, suddenly the powers are so much better. Which basically means that the equation is basically that instead of only the rare cards being the upside, all the powers are also a huge upside. Now, that would speak for the transform. Unless we say that our payout table in the future is also shifted because of the egg and the mummified end. Is our payout table in the future also shifted? What am I saying? I'm saying that that usually it's in comparison to normal picks in the future, and now we of course do not have normal picks in the future, but we will pick a lot of powers. And powers want to be set up as early as possible, and the payout of the powers is also higher once we have them, because not only do they snowball, but they also receive mummified hand immediately, which basically makes probably any attack even worse than they would usually be. Yeah. So probably just remove. We also already got one brutality. I mean, honestly, there are also just some powers we just don't want to see, no matter what. So. Oh, gosh, I can just remove that. Safer play. Yeah, I'm not so sure whether we are looking for safe here. Pommel strike. No, brutality first, probably. Okay. Would have happened either way. Yeah, sure. I know. So 15, like 23 is 30, and then we have solve next turn. This is 15, so 38. This does not solve with sword boomerang alone. But if you play... this is 15. And this is strike. 15 plus 6 is 21. 21 is enough. But this is... 32. Ja, genau. 32 did I say? Ja, ja. 32, 20, ja genau. 32, genau. Beautiful. We even preserved our potion. It's really good. Power potion. The powers are really spamming. Pair. Pair. Very average, very mediocre. Power potion. Power. Combust is still positive because if you can get combust into rupture. Oh my god, they. If we take that, ja. Ja, klar. Oh, jetzt brauchen wir nur noch den fucking Dings. Also sorry. Aber ja, wir brauchen jetzt nur noch das Ding kommen. Wir brauchen nur noch das Ding, Jungs. Wir brauchen nur noch Dings. Wir brauchen nur noch das Dude. This Dude. Ja, Self-Forming Clay auch, klar. Self-Forming Clay 6 block per turn, but the other one. Rupture. Rupture upgraded. Bang. Oh, Rupture. Das wäre so geil. 4 Strengths pro Runde, Mann. Double, Triple, Hyper Demon vom Ultra Mega. Oh, I could have actually played this, right? For the discount. Actually, whatever, right? Actually, not even good, probably. Because we get pummel for sure, and they don't attack again. And we can always pummel, strike, block. So probably not even good. It's probably just better. And if we would have removed strike, it would have just cost us more life. So no thanks, but no thanks. It seems to not matter which one. Just do this. For one more block. Couldn't get it. Yeah, perfect life total as well. Not perfect, but you know. Cultist Potion. Yeah, Cultist Potion is probably better than Thorns, no? Armaments again, definitely not. Warcry is interesting given that we already picked the armaments, but probably not. So, probably not good enough. Is it really with food? Is it really what? Also currently I think that I drop the Liquid Bros and use the Cultist against Hexagons for the Soul. The Power Potion is obviously the best potion, not only because Ironclad powers are the best, but also because we do have Mummified Hand as well. The only argument you could make is that we keep both potions, then we would not swap the Cultist. But then Liquid Bros is really only good against the birds. And against the birds we already have the Pop Pop Paw. Pop Pop Paw. Okay. So, Armament Plus is clear. Yeah, we have... What? You think we have enough DPS to out-damage the Hexagons without the glue? Yeah. This in case it's the dude. In case it's Carnage. We can basically... Okay. Yeah, but you know, any potion is equivalent to the Cultist, and that's around 40%. So 40% if they did not even use a potion. Then this potion is phenomenally the best in this fight, whereas it sucks in all the others. And last but not least, this will probably save us life. And last but not least, you also need to decide now. But simply the fact that this will save us life is also already reason enough to just use it. Oh. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Also, it's a lot about life preservation. I'm not even sure. Combust. Need to play Combust, no? Otherwise it will come again and again and again and again. I'm really happy that I drank the potion. So combust is also a lot of damage at the same time. I mean, even if you take 30, we go to 25. We don't take damage next turn, but then we might take damage the turn after. But again, that's only 12. So we should get there by just playing combust. Combust is just additional damage. The carnage is not needed because of the potion. So I think correct is even combust into pommel strike, which we now drew anyways. Hoping to draw one block, which we didn't. What I'm simply saying is I don't even want the carnage. Not if we do have the paw. I think it's rather like this and this 20. This will be 20 in the future too. The reason why I played that is because I want to draw blocks. I don't want to die because we didn't draw blocks. Do you guys still think that the Cultist potion was a waste? Open question. Not so open. You think it was the right call? Yeah, I think that too. Given what's happening here in the Spire. Okay, so now this is 18. This is currently 9 times 3. Will become 10 times 3 next turn. What? You would have saved Cultist for the next boss of Stabby Book and maybe use Power Potion? Yeah, that is definitely a mistake. Like, the Power Potion is infinitely better than the Cultist. The Thorns might have been more damage. Thorns are never more damage than the Cultist. Not even remotely close. Because Cultist is just exponential power scaling. But yeah. So currently we are paying money live with Combust and the Brutality. The easiest call, like, do we want to draw the boomerang now? Not really, right? We just want to do the blocks now. At least that's how I feel. Because we have that scaling. So if we sit out some damage, it's just more beneficial for us most likely. Armament should be clear. Sword boomerang should be clear. And now we can block again. Very good that we have the 4 strength. Okay, so currently we block for 3. We could instead deal 19 damage. Usually 19 damage is better unless we know that we kill anyways. Currently this guy is sitting at 112 HP. We will have 5 strength next turn, and obviously the Combust is dealing 2 times 7 already. So this guy is at 98, we have 5 strength. 98, we have 5 strength, we draw 6 cards. 5 strength means these are 14 each. So we probably can deal 42 at least. Or with this, whatever. It feels to me that we should play this strike. No. Yeah, Badge and Pommel Strike. Into lethal next turn, basically. Is 28 plus 14 is 42, and this is 36 already, but just more. No Cultist Potion would have killed us, but not only a little bit. No Cultist Potion, we would have gotten wrecked very heavy. We cannot even kill now, look at this crap. But it was also obvious, either we draw the kill or we draw the block. Yeah, so that was something we knew. Yeah, and this is also like the thing, because some people would have saved the Cultist Potion, also basically not using any potion. And those guys, like the run would end for them For those guys who did that, the run ends here. 44, 11, we have 4 of lethal if I see it correctly. This is 22. If I execute this, we also die. No, we don't die. But yeah. So, there are some draws where we actually need to play the double strike. Do you see that? The one strike, I mean. Because if we do not play one strike, there are draws which kill us. Oh. Crazy. But yeah, also, if this is 22-44, we can know that we should play block and block. And now we can make a call on the last. So now this is 22 damage or 2. Yeah, it's obvious, right? We definitely do this. Oh. There's also not much wiggle room, by the way. Also, we are currently at 3 HP. So the wiggle room, like for example, Cultist Potion 1 turn later, we didn't have that wiggle room. No potion is a little bit unlucky, but yeah. This is interesting. The brutality is interesting. Why? Well, okay. The first brutality is usually worth around 50 gold. Because it opens up stuff like Rupture, because 6 cards per turn is better than 5 cards by quite a margin, and so on and so on. Yeah. In our case, it's upgraded, so it comes into innate, so it's 120, 130, and of course it reduces some cost, which basically makes it 200. Okay, now the second one is way worse, because if the second one goes into our starting hand, this is basically suddenly not a positive anymore. If you start with 2 0 cards which both discount, suddenly this is basically the benefit is negated or even counter negated, which basically means suddenly this is only 100, and to have 2 times in the front load is also bad, because you don't want to have an empty hand in turn 1, and on top of all of that, the life loss also doesn't count for Rupture twice. Yeah, so even this benefit is not there. So this is nonsense. Then we have Barricade. I mean, feed of course is like usually like, you know, the 200 gold or whatever. Especially if you feel you're strong, you can use feed to snowball the advantage into the late game. So that's around 200. Barricade is usually depends on the gaming situation. In our case, did we not say that we have no block, right? Yeah, that didn't change, right? So we have no block. So Barricade is probably a minus 50 gold pick, upgraded. Because a Barricade upgrade is important, because obviously the downside is the energy. So upgrade 50, Mummified Hand 150. It's very close. Very close. Oh. But yeah. I think this decision making with the Cultists is also something why our performance is now way better than, I mean, way better. Yeah, way better than before. Because my old self, or before, I think I didn't respect, you know, when we played like 70% or whatever. Okay, I believe that nowadays we play above 75. Yeah, there are a lot of indications for that. I think, I mean, currently we are at around 85. I don't believe that 85 is something we can achieve to continuously reproduce. I just believe that's a high rule. But if I would be anyone else out there, I would just say, ooh, we are so sick and we learned and now we have 85%. But, and I should probably do that. If my approach wouldn't be to educate the masses, which is probably stupid. But that's just like, you know, I'm very romantic in this way. Romantic? Naja, also not romantic in a kind of a love story romantic, but like the age of the romantic, like die Romantik. Also diese, yeah, I just have ideals, man. I just believe you're freaking clever. And I just think, okay, triple down effect, if I just say it often enough, like those concepts about sample size and win streaks, at some point something will actually stick and then triple down. Yeah, but no, what I'm simply saying is, well, where I'm even coming from, yes, like the question, like there was a big question, like, okay, why are we now performing better? And of course, that's an upswing, but part of it is of course not an upswing, yeah. I mean, having 85 over the course of 60 games is already indicative that we definitely play above 75, most likely, but it's extremely likely. And the reason why and before we were always at hovering around 70%, right? And 70 and 75 is a huge difference, and the question was always like, okay, what changed basically, right? And of course our gameplay became neater, and also we are playing and executing fights and choices better. But then also of course the question is, okay, which choices? And I think this is like a very, very specific example where I can actually pinpoint it. Yeah. So I just didn't respect the Hexaghost enough. And honestly, when I remember back like about the interaction, also chat interaction and such, nobody respected the Hexaghost enough. Yeah, really not. I mean, they were always like, yeah, we are OP, bam, Hexaghost died. Whoa, we are OP, bam, Hexaghost died. Oh, we picked this, and this. Oh, yeah, we have a very good deck. We have a bam, Hexaghost die. Yeah, like I cannot even fathom the amount. How often did you die against Hexaghost in the Ironclad runs on Ascension 20, guys? Because if the answer is often, maybe that just means that, you know, Hexaghost is underestimated. What I'm simply telling you is, I would have probably, like a year ago, I would have not procced the Cultist here. I would have thought, oh, our deck is good. Let's save the freaking Cultist potion. And nowadays I'm thinking, yeah, it's a freaking no-brainer. Like, if you can use resources to bridge this fight, count me in. Yeah, like this. Okay. So, oh yeah. Also defeat barricade upgrade downgrades in value because of armaments. Because armaments does upgrade feat, but armaments does not upgrade barricade. For those who wonder, we will always use the feat even if it's not upgraded. Yeah, the Jerkjam says the war 170 we lost many times to Hexaghost made me way over prepared always now. Yeah, but that's probably a good idea. Yeah. Over prepare in this way is probably not over prepare. For those who wonder about the feat, by the way, feat is very similar to barricade. In what kind of way? Barricade helps you to mitigate very big fights, you know, later. And feat kind of, you don't need barricade if you have feat because you have so much max HP to face tank. Okay, there's one stupid choice and one clever choice. The star, you guess? Yeah, that's a stupid choice. That is good for Act 2 fights, but not on 3 energy. Stalling with the star is nearly not possible. Also stalling for feat also on 3 energy is nearly not possible. Pummel is downing the birds, but against something like a Spheric Guardian is still useless. Spheric Guardian on 3 energy. Holy crap. Combust is being played for free, also free. And is of course upgraded. Brutality is being played for free and then of course upgraded. Armaments will help a little bit, but our blocking game is crap. We do not really have indication that 3 energy gameplay is a good idea, and our relics do only help so far. To put things into perspective, energy is very important. This Sacred Bug is interesting, but probably not advisable, because the Force Energy is so important. If we go to an Elite, we can either choose to have 1 more energy per turn against the Elite, or we can choose to get another Relic against the Elite. Now the Elite fight with 1 less energy is probably already minus 100 gold. We get compensation with a Relic. Plus 100 gold. Now we do that like 3-4 times and we are good. We currently do have 1 power potion in order to mitigate a little bit of that. Against the birds, I guess we do have the pummel to down 1, but that's pretty much the summary of it. But we have also Combust against the birds, so that's fine. Combust also against Spheric Guardian maybe a little bit. But we will take damage. How is it against Avocado? Yeah, we will take. We will take. But then again, we also have a little bit... no, not really. We will take. So... yeah, we could go difficult. We can play this deck on low energy since Horn and Mummified hand. Incorrect. Incorrect Horn, because Horn gives you energy and a card. Mummified hand might be correct. Maybe there's also something about the elites. So, against the elites we are. Carnage can help against the slavers. Naja, that Carnage pummel can kill one slaver is already good enough. We will take damage though. Yeah, we will take damage though. This is also a little bit good. Against the small gremlins, Combust will help once we draw it. But we usually draw it by turn 2. Or by turn 3 latest. Then it will be of course helpful. We do have late game. I'm not so sure whether we need the star. The late game, what we currently become represented is the feat. So the feat is basically our late game. Which is a lot of late game because it's probably like 40, 50, 60 max HP. And that's amazing late game. Especially if you plan to deal your damage with multi-attacks and strength attacks. The other thing is that powers are usually also good in late game. And you know what? Yes, we will pick the powers, and yes, we will also pick them upgraded. And yes, we will also pick them all. So, there are a lot of reasons. I mean, Gremlin Horn is, by the way, exactly not late game. The boot is also exactly not late game. But, yeah, you get the gist of it. Sacred Bug is usually rather late game, so I don't think that we want to pick that now. So, it's really between Slaver's Collar and Blackstar. Somebody said about avoiding hallways. Yeah, and how far do we get by just avoiding hallways? You're saying we want to farm question marks. Yeah, library is also nice because library gives us power. We didn't want to add more attacks because we are power deck now, so card choices go down in value. Yes, we wanted to avoid like enemies anyways, and there's also like enough gold for a shop. Which is like usually the case after like 1, but yeah, just wanted to point it out. So the pathing, if we take the Blackstar, would like to go into elites. Of course, I mean that's clear. If we don't take the Blackstar and then we avoid elites. Against elites we can use the power potion 1 time as a solve for the first elite and then we get already a relic. We can also path into a shop. But passing in the shop and elites is already kind of tricky, yeah? But question marks are better because question marks on 3 energy we don't have the downside and still become stronger. We can take apparitions because... oh, yeah. We can take apparitions because of feat. Is that a true statement? Probably. Because we also have armament plus. So apparitions, armament plus, feat is probably good enough. So, speaks for question marks, which means we want to avoid hallways anyways. But that's standard. I mean, you want to avoid hallways in Act 2. Yeah, avoiding hallways is always good, but avoiding hallways is generally good in Act 2. So... yeah, Collar is such a set, yeah. We need more real energy. Yeah, but there is no choice for more real energy. Gremlin Horn is also very good against 2 out of the 3 elites in Act 2. Exactly. Against the Lord of Gremlins, we have Gremlin Horn, which is amazingly strong. So, against the Lord of Gremlins, amazingly strong. Against the Slaver, this is not amazing, but it's good. It's just okay. I mean, we still need to draw. Like, this is not that great. But I guess against the Book of Stabbing, we just use this. And also against the Book of Stabbing, it's not that bad, right? I mean, we will tank some damage, but it's not that bad. I think I take the Blackstar. I think also Blackstar, because if we get the Force Energy at the end of Act 2, it should be more than sufficient. Because yes, we will take any power, and as we know, powers are free. Like, Combust is free, as a free, but you know, right? So we take any power anyways, and if that is true, then all the powers in the future will be 0 energy. Avoiding hallways with feet. Yeah, there is a misconception about hallways and feet, I feel. So this is the boss. Against the boss, the Gremlin Horn is amazing. Against that bot, the Gremlin Horn is really, really good. I'm not saying that it's trivialized the boss, because the boss is also the most difficult one. But the Gremlin Horn against that boss is really, really, really good, especially in combination with Combust. So, yeah, that is like the... Also, we said something about the shop. And I have bad news. The first shop is here. Okay. So if you want to do that... if you want to take the elite as well, the elite is here. So, if we take this elite, we end up with only 3 elites if we also tackle the burning elite. But if we also tackle the burning elite, it will also force us into another shop. Cool. So, yay. Yeah. There are 3 question marks here, there are 3 question marks here, there are 3 question marks here. The only path which goes to 3 question marks into elite is here. That would at the same time mean we can avoid this by taking the fire, where we can also heal if it's really mandatory. The heal is more impactful because it's like a regal pillow heal. At this point we'll probably have 95 HP, which means the resting is already like 30 HP or 28 or 29. And maybe we'll really need it. And also the upgrades are not that important because we have armor and plus. But if for whatever reason we have full HP, which I do not believe, because I think we will lose quite a lot of HP. If you have full HP, we can also choose and opt in here. Into another question mark, putting that aside. The other question mark in both cases. Looks like a plan. Yeah, that's not very surprising. I think that's just what we could expect. If I play the defend, I have a 50-50 on Carnage. If we do not... Oh no, actually it's half. We can play our entire hand anyways. Never mind. Okay. So... yeah, okay. The powered potion was is not to be advised here, right? Also especially not if you don't even receive any kind of discount. Okay. So oh, yeah. So, if you play Pommel Strike first, this is 20. And we can never kill. But if you play this Pommel Strike first, it does make sense, right? I don't know, this stuff. Yeah, I'm not unhappy that we can take the campfire for healing purposes. I guess it's pretty, yeah. Like, I mean here, like this campfire for healing purposes. I also do not mind to lose a little bit more HP if we actually find apparitions. What is about bites? Would we take bites? If we are in a garbage situation, we would usually take bites. Are we in a garbage situation? The rule of thumb about the bites is if you are not losing real HP, you can take bites. Now, how does that relate? Yeah, basically exactly this. Why? Yeah, because bites are basically upgrades and direct upgrades, and if you get bites, you get 4 upgrades. And if it's like free, then you just take the 4 upgrades, 400 gold, if you do not lose real HP. Yeah, so it's basically also a great event. Like if this is apparitions or bites, it's insane. Yeah, it's insane. Like it's even bites is positive, like hugely crazy. But yeah, what about this here? I'm currently thinking combust. because it will put the energy save on whatever, and whatever the energy save is we take. Currently 46. I do not see a clean way to do it. Even if you pommel strike into block and block, it's still as strong as it currently is. And on 3 energy we just need to sustain through brutality. Combustion gets upgraded with armor and plus, yeah. But strikes also get upgraded, so I'm not so sure whether that would be a straight up argument, but yeah. So I'm just afraid here. 14 damage. Currently we are frail. We are still frail next turn. I would love to kill next turn if possible. I don't even believe that defeat. Feed also before vampires and apparitions not that important. Yeah. So yeah, I would just play this and see. Okay, we get the armament cheaper. Now armament, pommel strike, pummel, or pommel strike armament, or pommel strike armament. Pummel. But pummel is always happening, so probably just... Okay, but the pommel strike... Okay, it's not more damage. So the only thing which pommel strike would give us is one card deeper. Is one card deeper, I think. It goes to sword ring, it goes to carnage, it goes to feed. So probably one card deeper is fine. Unless I'm overlooking something. Might even kill, no. Yeah, I think one card deeper is always fine. I don't see any downside of it. Okay. So we can play a double block for 6 and tank another 10 for 1 feet, which is not even guaranteed. Interesting. I would say not before these 3 events. Because 42 is perfect for apparitions, also perfect for bites. No, I would just kill. I see no reason to not kill. It's too expensive. Too expensive. We lose 6 real HP. And the 6 real HP is a problem. Yeah, it's not even guaranteed. A shame, we could nearly stun it. If we would have stunned it. Could we stunned it? No. Skip. No power. Remove. Remove strike. I'm not sure. Could also be bash. Bash on 3 energy is not impactful. Bash with carnage is not impactful. Bash is of course better because if you have powers, if bash becomes removed to 0, it's also pretty good. Bash before this plays, bash before this does not play, bash before this does not play. It's very tricky. It's very tricky. I mean, the powers and the reduction really speaks to remove strike. The chance that these are bites is like what, 30%? Also the upgrade strikes and defend event. Yeah, but I'm not so sure how much worse strikes or bash, you know. Even if strikes would deal 9 damage, it's maybe still not bad to have bash, but I guess it's mostly about bites. If it's bites, we basically did not remove bash where we could have removed bash out of the deck. And pummel and sword boomerang are exactly benefited like 0 by the vulnerable. The combust as well. The 2 energy being on 3 energy, if you do not have a power which reduces this to 0, it's also tricky. Playing all the attacks first and then trying to snipe the bash with the powers is also not the easiest, because usually you want to play bash first. Bash on feet doesn't matter because feet is finisher. These are usually utility. Don't even want to play them after bash, but need to, but then you don't have energy to play anything else. Leaves Carnage, and that's about it. I would probably remove the bash, yeah. No. Pretty sick. Oh yeah, we just paid money, which is less money for the shop, by the way. Pretty stupid. Then we can play everything again. $46 is we can bring this to 18. There are many iterations which just kill it next turn. On 18. Also killing one earlier is more important because, oh actually it's already lower. Yeah, never mind. Oh yeah, also because of feet. Anyways. It's also because if we kill, we also get Gremlin Horn and such. Pommel Strike. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I don't know about. Yeah, I remember feet, but yeah. So 6 kill. As a Pommel Strike on the back, so 6 and kill first, and then see. 6 and kill. Then we also draw a card. Or do we Pommel Strike and kill? What is the benefit of Pommel Strike kill? We have 2 energy and we could double block them. Not that it matters. If you play Pommel Strike kill, do we even want to draw? I mean, currently we have 20 plus 50 and 35. We don't even want to draw, right? I mean, yes, we want to draw because then we can double block. I'm confused. Yeah. 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 Beautiful. Clean. The Burning Pact is usually good. Sitting on 3 energy, not so much. Absurdly, the upgraded card is green. Absurdly, the upgraded card is trash. I mean, we want to see powers and upgrades are less important because of armaments. Honestly, the cleave is just a no pick, correct? Or why would we want the cleave? Cleave also is completely much worse because of Gremlin Horn. No Vermin or Immolate. Cleave doesn't seem so bad. Yeah, well, we have Combust. And honestly, every Combust is like way better than the Cleave. The Combust, to put things into perspective, we can read deal 21 damage, lose 3 HP, which is way better than deal 11, while also discounting something else. While also, if you get a Rupture, of course, also that. Yeah, it's just not good enough, the Cleave. Even against the Gremlin Lord, we just want to get Combust going, and that's it. Two energy is Carnage, but not Bash. And Carnage and not Bash is good enough for the curse or not. Well, yeah, I mean, we have one less card draw, and for that we convert into 28 damage, which is good. The 21 life loss brings us to 16. If it's a power, it's not only a power for the fight, which saves us 10. But, yeah, it's Nereus with Mummified Hand though. Yeah, it's Nereus with Mummified Hand. So that would be also worth the 21. And the 21 with the power is the 21 with the power is also the power also reduces in the starting hand. On 3 energy also relevant. We have a question mark beforehand and then we go here. 16. We can also use that power potion. If it's Book of Stabbing, it can usually not kill us turn 1. And we will have a lot of powers running. We can also use a power potion, of course. If it's Lord of Gremlins, he doesn't kill us turn 1. We can use the power potion. If it's Slavers, we might die or what. Yeah, there are also some question marks with Schäfers, of course. Even the Carnage is like, if you play it twice, is 28 more damage. Hey, Forever Friend, thanks so much for the sub, man. I was curious whether we should have not taken this pathing into the fire. But that would have also been so bad for the 3 elites, which would have been impossible then. And yeah, I mean, taking a fire just because is also so weird. What reading is very scary with the next 2 rooms. Yeah, but afterwards we heal full, right? And we do have a power potion to be utilized. So I'm not so sure. Huge long-term power spike at the cost of small risk of imminent death. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. But it's also the question what we have currently going. We can see which book it is after -9. Do we ever do that? We cannot see the book after -9, no. After -6 we see that we can spend another 15. Okay. I mean, there is also a world where this question mark is just good for us, putting that aside, yeah? So it says which book after -6. Oh. Interesting. I always thought it's like just you pay 21 and then you see which book. But so you're saying the 21 is too much or what? I mean, if this is bites, it's also we take that too. And then, I mean, this power potion can also bail us out, but sometimes not. Sean said. And you're not saying the power. Also, let's go through the books. Imminent power. there's this Codex. Is the Codex imminent power? Against the elites, turn 1 is doing exactly nothing. And then we add 1 card into a 12 card deck, or into a 13 card deck. And that card, because our deck quality is quite well good, with all the powers, and with, well, I mean, it's not that great. It's okay, our deck quality is okay, but also not phenomenal, right? So, that would mean then we can add 1 card maybe, and then we usually die, but if we don't die, we can add 1 card maybe. So maybe that might save us 5 life in the next fight, yeah, short term. And probably in the future also something like this, in this magnitude, 5 per fight. I really want to take it. I mean, it's like the power is worth, like with our setup, at least 50 per fight. So 10 life per fight, we pay 20 now. And even the Necronomicon, we can then spend, like, pick a 2 energy card more. And even the Necronomicon is maybe 5 per fight, I don't know. What I'm simply saying is, yes, we might have a risk of ruin, but okay, can we currently circumvent the risk of ruin? The boot will fall off. I mean, okay. So, the Gremlin Horn will also fall off. The Mummified Hand, we currently have 2 powers. It's okay, we'll get better, but not phenomenally better. And sometimes you just break on the powers and then you just are very, very sad, generally speaking. But, yeah, I mean, it will increase our potency into the late game for sure. The Frozen Egg. Because the powers we pick up upgrade, we play them, and of course that's late game. There's an argument that Feed is late game. But obviously not if you're crippled through the Spire. If you're crippled through the Spire, Feed is rather not late game. But we also have 88 HP already, so maybe we can let that qualify as late game. If you have a little bit more HP, we can also sit out the damage against the bird and farm him with the powers anyways. And the same goes for the heart. The Black Star will give us additional relics, which is good. I'm curious about this fight, because if you take the book, and we already thematized the life loss, less life loss. We have a book here, and we have a cleric here. So this is a fight 30%. If this is a fight, I think it's just positive to take the book. It's just positive to take the book into these 2 fights. Slightly. It's not positive, but break even. And if this is Necronomicon, is slightly negative, and if it's Codex, of course, it's slightly negative to these 2 fights. Once we are here, we don't want to go into this fight. We already thematized it. We want to heal. Heal 27. If we go out of this fight, we go out of with like at least 10 HP. We go here, we go 37. We have enough for this fight. Because we also get another relic here, we get another 2 relics here. So, if we go here, it's a shop. It's also good. If it's chest, it can give us a relic. What? Not sure we survived the Book of Stabbing or Slavers at 16. Yeah, I'm also not sure about that. I'm just thinking we can definitely use this power potion as well. Oh yeah, there's something about Necronomicon, right? That we need to play the Carnage at 2 energy. Yeah, good, but we would just do that. I mean, if you have Carnage... yeah. Naja, you cannot play attack, and then put the power on this, because Necronomicon doesn't work like this. So... I mean, you're saying Book of Stabbing, right? I'm not so sure. I mean, the power potion... there are some options, but you're saying the Book of Stabbing, we are not good enough against that, or what? Naja, Necronomicon would be fine, huh? The Slavers? Even slavers, if you have Necronomicon, you can suddenly play a Carnage to kill one slaver. And that brings us in a position where you get one more energy. And with this, and a card. And with that you can suddenly block something else. There's a world where we just pay 21 life for nothing. If you pay 21 life for nothing, that's of course devastating. Damage output is not good enough for Book of Stabbing. We would need like whatever. Pummel is like 29-38 against slavers. Difficult. Carnage is difficult against slavers. That's pretty stupid. And the power every turn, as every fight, so sick, so good. But that being said, I'm not even sure. I mean, we start with 5 cards, 1 is Brutality, right? So 1 is Brutality, meaning we start with 4 cards. But not do we start with 4 cards. But we start with 4 cards where one of the cards is being discounted. So yeah, we cannot probably not take the life loss. That's crazy. 4 cards. 3. What did I want to say with that? Yeah, I wanted to say with that the additional power is probably not reducing energy cost, and it's certainly not reducing energy cost after we found another energy. So the additional power is only an additional power, but the additional power on the Ironclad is usually worth a lot. It's usually a 1.5 energy card at the beginning of the fight, every fight. It probably qualifies 50 gold per fight, but also for the fights we don't need, so probably 300, 400 gold. 21 HP is like worth 120. That in comparison to 350, it's like really 2 to 1. It's really crazy. Codex. Yeah, I mean there's the power thing, but I mean usually Codex is not very impactful. Especially not if you want to draw a lot of powers. I mean Codex is okay. It's probably worth 100. Under certain circumstances, if you have stuff like this, whatever, maybe it's 150. But you want to win with your deck, you don't want to win with Codex. So if it's Codex, it's actually a bad choice. If it's a power, it's a good choice, and if it's Necronomicon, I don't know about Necronomicon. Necronomicon gives us a curse, minus 150, but probably plays 1 fire potion every fight, which is probably 50, 500, but we don't need it every time. We also need to play it. We also don't get the discount on the Carnage, so make it 400. Minus curse 250. Very break-even choice. Very, very break-even choice. Yeah. No, Necron is no miss. Codex also messes up our feed rotations. Yeah, not really. I mean, you can choose. It's so high risk for very little reward with the current deck. What do you mean? You mean that we don't want to see 2 energy cards because we are already energy capped? But with all the powers we actually do not mind. Actually we mind because we don't get the discount. Okay, fine. So yeah, turn 1 slavers 34 is too scary for you. Yeah, but if you double the Carnage on the slavers, I mean that's one of our plays, you know. Like currently we do not even kill the slavers if you draw Carnage. And if you get Necronomicon, we actually do. But yeah, Necronomicon doesn't perfectly fit the power deck. But the power would be very impactful. What UO? What do you mean UO? What power potion time? I don't know. You tell me. Do you think the power will generate 1 energy per turn? In the current situation, Juggernaut is already 15. We were dead if you read. No, we are currently having a full block. Or what? Also, you don't know what we would have read. I wouldn't mind if you... I wouldn't mind if I get the Carnage duplicated, honestly. But yeah. What Blackstar doesn't impress you very much. No, Blackstar also doesn't impress me very much. But I also have to say the 4th energy were really not important, especially not with the brutality in the front load. The energy is basically never playing in turn 1, no? I mean, which is... Yeah, and once we receive the 4th energy, it certainly doesn't play. So there's that. Well, that's like all our block, you say? We are burning feet for damage here? Yeah, absolutely. So, if it's demon form, it's 2 more strengths every turn instead of 1 energy. We could also not play the brutality. Brutality in the deck is a draw against energy, which is a positive draw if you draw it later. And it will basically let us draw 1 less card. Yeah, we don't want to draw 1 less. You don't think we should play it? No, we should probably play it. So even something like a Rupture is also okay. If you get 1 power, 1 strength instead of 1 energy, is it a benefit or is it not a benefit? Also something like a Juggernaut, we would deal 15 damage now. A demon form is 2 strengths more every turn. Saving power for next turn also allows armaments to upgrade it potentially. In half of the cases, right? What 171 seems so high, I need DPS badly. Interesting. Hey, Happy Labs. Thanks so much for your sub, man. What if there's a corruption? What's then? For those who are wondering, part of our misery here comes from the very, very bad Avocado fight into a question mark, which was basically nothing, namely the remove, into a question mark, which was basically nothing, into a question mark, which was basically nothing, into a fight which didn't grant us a potion, into a fight which didn't grant us a potion, while skipping 3 question marks, which could have all been the ultimate nuts. Upgrade all base cards, apparitions, vampire, just to name a few. Okay. Gremlin, of course, easier. Slavers could have also been. I mean, with this draw, not good. Okay, so with a power potion. Yeah. Juggernaut, 15. Demon form is 2. But you're saying with armament we sometimes can upgrade that. Yeah, probably we wait, no? And we play Brutality, because now we then need to draw more. Yeah, the upgrade argument doesn't hold true any longer, right? We now need to play our power. We can play this first. We can also play the power first. What's the downside? What's the upside? Not really, right? No. We play the power first. It could reduce one of these. But we can also draw one first. Let's draw one first. I mean, we need to play the power anyway, so we can also take a look at the power first. Corruption is good for the energy thing. Want that. Feel no pain. It's like 6 block. Next attack is like 24. Corruption blocks more than 3. Corruption blocks more than 3, yeah. True. Oh, you mean per turn? Yeah, right. We can't live enough to play all our defense more than once anyways. Yeah, but this is 5 block. The next one is 5 block, and then you say it's basically 5 block again, or what? Don't we just die to the hit? I mean, not that it matters, right? But I mean, it's just corruption, huh? I mean, I don't know, no. 3/3? And what's the point? This is the pile, and you're saying corruption is more. What? Is corruption more? Then what? Then 3. It also blocks more now. We die next turn with corruption? What do you mean? No, also... Yeah, we can probably just take corruption, yeah. So... Pommel Strike? Because if we hit armament, we want to armament, or what? Or would you rather like to... No. Would you like the armament to exhaust or not? That's basically also another question. Do we want, if you draw armament, would we like to play armament into corruption? Or would we like to play corruption, armament? Okay, or different. If we play strike now, we draw the entire deck next turn. If you have to play corruption before armament, you need every NA. Yeah. Having armament in the deck. Maybe I get the coffee. So. difficult because it's also about thresholds, right? Also, oh my god, there are wounds coming. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh nein, 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 nein. Hey, Gott, nein, was habe ich denn jetzt falsch? Was? Hey. I think I have any wrong decision or just better energy. Also Blackstar, I feel Blackstar over the choke, over the collar is just correct. Because Blackstar sucks, but in my opinion, with no powers, the collar sucks even harder. So that's not the issue. I think if anything, yeah, it's about the pathing, where we could have decided to basically say, hey, instead of doing this here, we are collecting information first by doing this and then making like a call here. But that would also opt out of this elite. And with a Blackstar opting out of this elite was a little bit difficult to fathom, in a way that elites are of course not higher output, because Blackstar, yes, gives high output 200, but also disadvantage, not extra energy, so minus 100, but still makes the elites 100 better than presumably other nodes, especially if this node goes into another hallway fight, yeah, which is just like bad, like in all aspects, right? There's also another advanced hallway fight we also don't want to take. So no, I think after this we should usually be able to do this. I mean, these are literally the worst of the worst. And yeah, like I guess that's just sometimes how things are. And this would usually give us a slight power spike, which we can then, even with heal, I mean, we even heal there, which is like usually a downside, but we are even willing to accept that, right? We are even willing to accept that. I mean, it's not over yet, but yeah, even willing to accept that, like healing, you know, like okay, we are willing to accept that. We go here, whatever. Again, we did have this small power spike. We heal because we are probably wrecked, and with this again power spike. And with this power spike, we can actually take the Burning Elite, which we really wanted to take because of Blackstar, also for Act 3, right? And then, yeah, and then not enough gold here, then probably here. Probably being pretty crippled, but that's okay. And then into this, and there. I mean, also that is like, okay. I mean, 3 energy, it's difficult, you know. It's difficult still. AoE, but also, you know, she's just a difficult boss. But 6 cards should be mitigate like the block. We might also just find like power spike stuff, right? Where we suddenly have strength, which goes into a lot, and then that's fine. Also some other things. There are many solutions to that. Also, of course, like killing the small minions with this helps. Maybe the pattern is very favorable, and then we just farm her with this in mind. I mean, there was also something about this pathing, about also the life loss. It's yeah. And yeah. I mean, the only thing I really regret maybe is like the late game potential. We know that Boot doesn't give us any late game potential. We know that Grand Minhorn doesn't give us any late game potential. The Mummified Hand gives late game potential, but it's like a double-edged sword, because by the end of the game you should have a lot of energy or too much energy, and the Mummified Hand is usually over discounting. But yeah, that's of course a good late game relic. Frozen Egg is of course a good late game relic, but that being said, we also have Armament Plus. So, you know, it goes both ways. Defeat is a good late game card, but not if you cannot use it, as was the case in our case, right? Our relic bar is given before usually 5 relics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that would be break even. Does our deck indicate late game? Naya, not really. Not really. Not really. Not really. So what's the conclusion? No, actually I don't regret it. Actually I don't regret anything here. I think it's just how things are. Yeah. I don't think that we are so sick. I don't think that we are sick enough to just say, hey, we are playing safe or something. This is not like, I know some people were like talking about this run being OP or whatever, but I don't like. I think that's delusional. We did not even. You see, we are playing with base strikes, just to put things into perspective. Oh yeah, and of course the boss pick, Blackstar. We could say, okay, that's late game, but not if you don't farm elites, you know? Like, if you don't farm elites with the Blackstar, you also don't have late game. Slaver's Collar, if that would have been any other energy relic, would have, of course, been infinitely better. You can say that it would have not changed here. Maybe it changes the Book of Stabbing, because, of course, now with 1 more energy, we would have had a better shot to do that. But, again, it's so counter-synergetic with the Frozen Egg. So, we can make an argument that if you take the Slaver's Collar, that again, like turn 1, it's never doing anything, Slaver's Collar, never changing anything. And so that's already bad, right? And then once we added more powers, it's also bad. And once we added extra energy, it's also so bad. That might even break our neck for the late game, putting that aside, if you would have taken Slaver's Collar. Yeah. So, I think it's okay. Konichi says, I guess you were right that it would not be a 6-hour run after all. Not very surprising as well, by the way. Yeah. After the boss, that was pretty sick. SVW asks, do we regret brutality versus Fiendfire? No. I think that was pretty clear. So, yeah, coffee. Was it right to remove Bash? Also currently, it would be possible that Bash would be now in our hand instead of a strike. We don't even play the strikes, to put things into perspective. And yes, if there would be a vampire event or something. Oh. I get it. Yeah, the Bash. Interesting. I think one thing was simply that Bash does not have these things. Yeah. Whatsoever. Doesn't have this. If upgrade event, the strikes are playing better than Bash. Yeah, it's not only one, but actually 2 events. And it's not even that rare, right? I mean, there are how many events we have? Like 6 events or something? 2 events. There's probably 25% or something. 25%. There's also, if you draw Bash and Carnage into the same hand, we probably play Carnage. Yeah, Book of Stabbing is also the best Bash elite, yeah. Yeah. The Bash might have been SPU, but also it doesn't really carry relevance. But yeah, the Bash might have been SPU. So about this armament. If we do Carnage's turn, what would look a lot worse? Yeah, Bash in general looks not that amazing here, but so the idea is to circulate into Sword Boomerang, but unfortunately we cannot do that because yeah, Bash into Carnage, yeah, that's interesting. But the armaments. Also, if we draw the armaments, I would like to play armaments first. Pretty certain. So, what is the upside of waiting? The upside is that corruption could hit Pommel Strike, right? Yeah. I think the Bash upgrade was probably a brain part. I don't know. Probably not clean. Not clean. Armament. Sword Boomerang. Armament. Sword Boomerang. Dry Combust. I guess. But we would need to kill next turn or what? We have currently 3 energy. This is 20. Yeah, we are dead if we do it. Yeah, we need to play Pommel. So, armament, sword boomerang, combust. No. Like, what is next turn? Next turn we are dead, yeah? Next turn is 35. And 35, there's no way we can 35. So, we need to max out the damage. And the only way to max out damage is to hit Carnage with the combust, but also shuffling this in. So it's basically... we want to pommel and try to draw the dead card. Yeah. We want the armament. Armament. Yeah, I mean armor. I can just like play the obvious, yeah. So armament has to be played. Honestly, I believe we need to hit the Carnage, otherwise we can not win anyways. Sword boomerang is also must. Currently, yeah, we could also pommel strike. And if we get a defend, we can basically combust into Carnage. Do we need the combust on this? We need that, right? So let's say we sword boomerang 20, pommel strike is only 10, so that's 30. 30. Also this, yeah. We do need it, yeah? Yeah. So, if we draw... we only survive if we draw one block anyways. So we draw one block and then we have 9 cards else. And if the discount goes on that pommel strike, I also don't mind. So it's basically... we should play sword boomerang, pommel strike. We also do need sword boomerang, right? In the shuffle. Otherwise we can never win. Need to pommel. Of course we need to pommel, yeah. But the question is whether we need to play the combust now or later. Or try to get hit the combust before Carnage? No, I don't think we can do that. I think we should shuffle the Carnage as well. It's not only 48. You want to hit the pommel strike with the dings or was? But that's only one discount. Yeah, I have to say with the bash would have been nice. So in this case with the bash would have not taped. In this hand, but in the other hand it might have taped. Which is interesting. Yeah, then we could have dealt now 14 more. Maybe, that's not even clear. Hey, Capon brothers. Thanks very much for your raid. Yeah, what's up, man? Okay. What is their best case where we actually do 120? Yeah. Like 20? 20, 30? 20, 30? 20, 30, 40, 20, 30, 20, 30, 58, 65. 72, meaning we need 48, and 48 is sword boomerang 20, meaning we need 28. Carnage would be 28, or that's it, yeah. So what we need to do is we need to play sword boomerang, we need to isolate hit the Carnage. Or play... We need to isolate hit the also, we need to play Sword Boomerang, we need to isolate hit the Carnage, we need to play Carnage, we need to play Pommel Strike. Then we need to draw block, but not Sword Boomerang, nor Carnage. And then we need to draw Sword Boomerang and Carnage the next turn. Aha. 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 Ah. Ja, scheiße, ey. Ich ruiniere mir gerade schon meinen Score so ein bisschen. Das ist schon übel. Oh, fuck, ey. Oh, mein, Mann, oh Mann, ey. I thought we are playing to collect wins, not losses. Oh, scheiße, ey. Oh. And I removed the bash. Also to put things into perspective, the bash didn't do any... There were some robbers, right? Cursed Tomic, no wait. There are 30 damage against Shelled Parasite is halt tough. Remove bash, okay. And then there were City Muggers. Against the City Muggers we took 14 damage. Bash would have not changed a thing. I remember the fight turn 1. Like the damage we took was turn 1. And of course turn 1. We played Explosion and Brutality, and Combust can never be bad, because if you do not need the damage from the Combust, you can also just like kill and save the 1 life, right? And Carnage on the front. So there was no change of scenery in this fight. I also have to say that this was also an easy monster fight, but we faced the Avocado already, which basically means that this fight was birds against birds. The strike is actually sometimes important instead of the bash, right? If this is the spheric cube, bash is also completely bad in that fight, right? So I think on average this fight is, the bash is actually down, like low, also negative in that fight. So against the Book of Stabbing, I guess a bash would have been able to deal, also I think we had the 1 turn where we might have discounted the bash, I don't know, and dealing 2 more, and then of course in the, I mean, Sword Boomerang is still dealing the same, but I mean, okay, we would have just died anyways, but because we didn't draw defend, right? But 5, Yeah, in the best case it's like plus 21 or something, which basically... But only if we play Carnage. And if we play Carnage, we have the situation at hand we had, right? And if we do not play Carnage, it's like rather 10, whatever. Probably not good enough. What, Bath and Collar? And then again, Bath and Collar. You mean the bark? F and K. They are quite... Barf? Why is it called Barf? What book Bash would have made the book more likely a pick? Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Because if we now decided that the book is not a good idea, right? Then maybe it would have still not been a good idea, even with the Bash, and even if it would have been a good idea with the... But I don't think the payout table changes that much. But even if it would have been a good idea... I mean, okay, we also just saw, I mean, we just died against the Book of Stabbing, so... I mean, given that we already have, like, quite a risk of ruin, and it was not close, right? So, and the Slavers, I think we could have not taken the book anyways, putting that aside. So... What if we picked Evolve over Pummel? Yeah, Pummel is like 10 times better than Evolve in Act 2. I don't know. I don't think... I'm just thinking about it a little bit more thoroughly. Because we lost 2 in a row now. And I don't like to lose 2 in a row. That being said, both games were incredibly close. But... yeah. Of course, that's a little bit sad. I mean, we will probably make it up for the next run. Yeah. No, yeah, we should play one more. I'm just want to chill first. Color was the only decision where we would have lasted longer. Probably not worth it, I guess. Also keep in mind with all the base cards, energy is not always that important. Our prediction... Okay, our projection, by the way, was also a different one, just saying. Our projection is also that we usually go to a shop before we face the elite. I mean, that's normal. A normal layout gives you a shop before the first elite, right? So, if we take a layout like this, we can buy a relic or... I mean, look at this. We didn't have any relics which help us. In the shop, there's usually either a relic which helps us, which will not trivialize the fight, but will make the first elite fight approachable. And then we heal, because we have Armament Plus, and then we take it from there. If the shop doesn't have a relic which makes the fight approachable, it might just have a power which makes the fight approachable. Not only would it make the fight approachable, but it would also lead to making the Slaver's Collar weaker, because if we buy a power in the shop, it will be a 0 energy play, which makes the choker, the thing worse again. The Slaver's Collar. If anything, no, really not. And the shop, in the worst case, it gives us potions, and then we just buy a potion to beat the fight. You know, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Was transform over remove act 1 words considering with frozen egg and such low skill density. One more today or no? No, we play one more. I mean, we said we don't need it against the Hexa Ghost, and that was a correct assumption. And then you can just go through it. I mean, anger, keep in mind we were thinking for energy, then this is like complete garbage. At least that's what we thought. Crap, complete trash, complete trash, complete garbage. We skipped the cleave class, but I'm happy with that. Pretty bad, but okay, but garbage, trash, so, completely bad. Yeah, pretty much any attack is completely horrifyingly bad. We didn't even pick cleave class to put things into perspective. These of course also all horrible. Not even True Grit is good. Dark Embrace. We would have picked it. But yeah. Dropkick bad, we didn't have utility for that. Dual wield of course horrible, and Trench bad. Really bad. Stuff like Fire Breathing also not synergetic with the boot, even if upgraded and discount, this is not even that great. Of course the powers are very beneficial, but there are just not that many of them. Something like Spot Weakness is also completely bad because we want to fight with powers, but with powers we chose to pick. Yeah, and then there are also some bad ones here. I think Transform would have been bad. I mean, we were probably one. Also, first of all, the question was also the book. I mean, if anything, it was about the layout also in like what we can expect. And I think, I mean, here we took like 14. That was an average fight. 30 was a little bit on the tougher side. If it would have been Spheric Guardian, I would have been prepared to use the power potion, by the way. So I think the life loss we lost was higher than expected. The question marks didn't really give us anything. Then the question is Lord of Gremlins, right? Like, which fights are more difficult for us, which fights are less difficult for us. I think generally Lord of Gremlins, if you draw 6 cards per turn, is slightly easier. The Combust is nearly trivializing the Lord of Gremlin fight. Depends on her pattern, but you know. And the Gremlin Horn also nearly trivializes the Gremlin fight. So I was thinking, okay, against Gremlin, absolutely not a problem. Against Slavers, usually, yeah, two fights and also some question marks. Usually you receive a potion, and I was of the opinion that if you receive a potion, of course Slavers are easy. We are one pummel away to kill one Slaver into Gremlin Horn, or we are one fire potion away. Also if you get fire potion or whatever, then we are one pummel or one Carnage in our starting hand away to kill one Slaver into Gremlin Horn. And once you kill the Slaver, yes, you take one time. Now you can still block, so you take 1 times 16. Given that we are like 45 probably, right? And then we take 1 times 16, maybe we take another 10, and then that fight is also solved as well. I assume that Book of Stabbing was probably our most difficult fight, because this is also not playing in that fight, and our block game is weird, and if our block game is weird, the Book of Stabbing also gives us wounds, and that's not good. So I also assume that Book of Stabbing was our most difficult fight, and even in that fight, if these things would have not gone horribly wrong, I think we would have been fine. And it is also to be noted that if we win that fight, then no matter what life loss we lost, it's definitely positive. Because even if we lose, as we now said, against Slavers, whatever, can also be 25, life loss minus 6, like 20. 20 against Lord of Gremlins, probably not 20. And let's say Book of Stepping 40, an average 25. And we healed it at the rest side. So we basically traded 2 nodes against the elite. And yeah, it just like pay out a lot. Just pay out 400 or something for 2 nodes. Whereas we would have also needed to take 1 more hallway fight. I think it was pretty clear. Yeah. Cannot win them all. Like I said just before, I really just want to make sure that we play clean. But sometimes it goes like this, you know? Like this was when I came back, right? First tilt, dislike. Or what? What's it? When did I come back? I don't know. Something like this. Like that was... Oh no, the first one was a Brimstone run. That was something I played still directly before flying back. Funky. So... I misplayed a little bit here. I misplayed more here. I think I misplayed even more here. And I think that was the first game where I actually played clean again. And I also have the feeling that this game was being executed better than these 3. But sometimes that's just how it goes, right? Naja, like it's... Was kann man sagen, ja? Ja. I don't even think, I mean, as I said, like the only regret is the late game potential. But I'm not even so certain about the late game potential. Maybe that is just also an illusion. Because again, the feed is only a late game solution if you can actually use it. We were not in a position to use it. You saw that in the avocado fight. Oh, good decision, by the way, in the avocado fight not to take the max HP. But you saw it in the avocado fight. Max HP stall? Not possible. With the amount of sustain we had, and with the low amount of block, we could probably pretty much not even stall any fight. If you draw the feed in the first hand, we should usually also play it, and that's probably true for any fight. So I don't think that feed is any like big scaling for the like that's like the argument for that we say late game is there. And so really, I mean the only late game providing things, I mean that is if you do not take the Blacks, right? I mean that's, I mean if you don't take the elite, the Blacks are also what? 2 elites then. We would then take Burning Elite. Holy moly, also not easy, but we get relics to compensate that. So we get to fight 2 elites, which is 4 relics, and then the boss fight. We probably need to heal before the boss fight. And then it's probably not even that easy, the boss fight. Could also be problematic. Because even if you get sometimes like extra benefits from this by killing minions, it's also completely depends on her pattern and what she does out of it. But yeah, if we farm 2 elites, the Black Star was basically break even in that act. Probably even lower because we needed to also rest, so we didn't get the power spike in this regard. So then it would really be about the powers. I know I'm like repeating myself. I'm just wondering. I mean the thing is also it stands and falls probably with how is it? Also brutality itself is okay. But of course starting hand with so much energy this doesn't benefit that much. And again this is with the armaments also a little bit. Also the later it goes the less this will probably matter, I guess. Combust as well falling off. Still a lot of base cards. So it stands and falls with the one with the Rupture, I guess. I mean there was this Rupture thing. The likelihood of Rupture is like 3% per pick. So we can take 1 pick, 2 picks, 3 picks, 10% and then another 8 for the shop. So maybe, I don't know. And if you get it, are we fine once we have Rupture? I don't know. I'm not even sure, yeah. I mean, against the bird, yeah, if you want to slam down our powers, okay. Even Combust, which is usually not the power you would like to slam against the bird. Then we gain 4 strengths, then we gain another 4 strengths. But if the big attack comes down and there, it's also not the most trivial. Because also the initial strength is first of all not helping our things. But I guess it would be fine. But sometimes also not necessarily. I mean, if it comes down, some enemies really do their thing beforehand. So yes, we can power down the bird, and once the effect sticks in, we are very strong. 12 times, 15 times like 60. Can probably still not burst the burn. Not even the new form we can burst in one, even after having set up the powers. But after having set up the powers, we need to go into the second phase very quickly. We will probably still eat the multi-attack against the bird one time. And Spire, Shield, Spire, Spear, usually the damage is coming in beforehand. So I'm not even sure whether, you know. Okay. Na schön. But at least we now have the very good news. That we might... the very good news is that we might get out of the sadness hole by winning a game now. And then overwriting the loss. Of course, it's a double-edged sword, because I think if I lose a third in a row, I'm really getting tilted hard. I'm not kidding you. That would be really sad, but yeah. At least we get the Neo choice. And yes, we do have a Burning Elite snipe. And no, we should probably not do it. I mean, it's a good sniping possibility, you know? But it also goes against Elite after fire. And not only is it Elite after fire, but there's another fire, and then we go into another Elite. Then there's a shop, and then there's another Elite. It's a very, very clean. It's a very clean layout. Naja, Elite into fire, fire into Elite is very nice, and then usually late Elite post chest, another late Elite post chest plus shop is a very, very nice layout. So no, we should not try to snipe. Is it true or not? As we should definitely not try to snipe this, because hey, the fire is not even that insane, and then we lose one Elite. Now you could try to snipe with this. It's a 50-50. I don't see it. I think the other options are just better. 50-50 snipe, and if you do not get the snipe, it's basically worth 0 gold or nearly 0 gold, which is like ultimately sad. Choose a colorless card to obtain is 100 gold aroundish. Lose 7 max HP, transform 2 cards. Transform I usually see at 110 gold each, so 220. And in order, the 7 max HP is probably not worth 120, right? I think I just transform 2 strikes and we go from there. Also means that we go out of 3 fights with full HP. I'm not so certain whether we can assure that with a colorless card. Usually the first fight usually even costs you. The first fight usually even costs you life. The second is usually break even, and the third can compensate. But usually, it's not guaranteed that after 3 fights we have full HP. So we could just do this. Strike, strike. And we transform into another strike and into a heavy blade. Okay. So, is it interesting or not? I don't know. It's probably good. I mean, there are also some yeah, I mean, some colorless choices are really nice too, but hey. So, maybe also just like Gamba Gamba. I don't know. So, 3 question marks and 2. So the thing is, usually I would appreciate 3 fights because of potions and cards. Now, that was before we just picked 2 cards. I mean, effectively we picked 1. But Heavy Blade is also slightly better than Strike. I don't even know about that. But yeah, so we have Pommel Strike as a pick. And because we already picked Pommel Strike, we might also just take 3 question marks. Instead of a normal fight if. There's also a fight here. So the very worst which could happen is that we have 1 question mark. Also 50-50 that 1 is a fight. And if we do this, we might even take an advance, which is very not nice. But if we do this, there are also some... We could also like get a question mark where we lose life and then into a fight, for example. Yeah, and then it's also pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. If we do not find any combats, how bad is it for us? Only bad if we didn't find a potion. Right? So how are these question marks doing if we do not face a shop in the future? I mean, there's a shop here, but I'm just saying, here we can never take Serpent. Word of Goop is also weird, because we trade 11 HPs for 75 gold is also not good. But there are just some options which are inherently better than fights, right? And what are these options? The options are remove. I don't even know about remove, how good that is. Giant Head. Donut is also only 5 HP. Maybe we just should take 3 fights. For more card choices. For more potion drop. Question mark just not being very valuable, right? 75 gold for a cleric is also weird if there's forced shop. We could take the gold from the Wing State statue, but also weird because then the gold plays the first time here. Then there's the Rolling Stone. The Rolling Stone is also not good because yeah, the stone is also not good because the golden idol is also not good because we lose actually real HP. Yeah. Happier with the 3 fights. What and an option to take the 4th one if you don't find a potion. Wow. You do not really want to take 4th. I don't. Like the fight is usually 100 gold. Yeah, I think that's probably better, yeah. Because the advanced fight is also in the middle of the act. I mean, we probably overheal in the 3rd fight, but yeah, whatever. Oh, Kalt is at 55. Pretty crazy, yeah. 55. Heavy blade block or what? And then we have block next turn. We could also just this and this. Same. Yeah, whatever. Blood potion. Uppercut. I take uppercut. Third to energy card. Take uppercut anyways over cleave. Uppercut is just decent. Cleave is better against slime boss. Uppercut name. Uppercut. Jawworm. I was actually really afraid of overhealing, but it doesn't seem that way, right? Rather seems that draw. Okay, so double block with uppercut or what? What did you pick into our deck? We don't have strike, or we have less strike. For that we have heavy blade. It's a little bit better than strike, but not really. Uppercut should definitely be slightly better. Pommel strike should be slightly better. So there's an incentive to double block here to still be at full HP. Yeah. So uppercut or bash. Uppercut is also weakness. So the question is one vulnerable. Uppercut, no? Why? Because one vulnerable and 5 damage for 2 life. Also 2 life and one. Also one vulnerable for 2 life and 5 damage, and then we take the. Then we definitely take the 2 life and the 5 damage. Okay. So yeah, I was afraid of overhealing. We indeed overheal a little bit, but yeah, what can you do? We had one pick Pommel strike in the last run. I'm still not completely over the last run, as you can see. So we had one pick Pommel strike in the last run, and we picked Pommel strike. Did it change the payout tables? No, actually Pommel strike was good after all because of brutality. If you received Pommel strike turn 1, it was basically 9 damage for free. And later we still very often just played Pommel strike over whatever we had. Yeah, base mod and Slay the Spire relics. That pretty much sums it up. Pommel strike, another 2 energy card. If you pick the Pommel strike, we have 2 energy from the bash, 2 energy from the heavy blade, 2 energy from the Pommel strike, 2 energy from the Pommel strike, 2 energy from the uppercut. Let's take it anyways. It's very potent against Nob. It's very potent against cubes. It's very potent against slime boss. That's way better than heavy blade. This is utility, this is utility. Yeah, we overheal. Sure. That was my concern. Overhealing. If these are the 3 fights, I would have rather liked the question mark. I mean this. I mean, that being said, we didn't find a utility potion, which is also a fighting potion. So I guess it's fine. There were just like a lot of empty notes as well, right? Oh yeah. If its shop is also not great. Oh yeah. If its shop is also not great because of its shop, we basically counteract this shop. This shop is forced, which basically means if the question mark is a shop, is not even good, right? Because all the gold you spend in the shop, you know. Yeah. So if its shop would not be good, if it's monster, it's whatever. And if it's an event, there are a lot of events where we just say, nah, no thank you. Yeah, what weiß ich. Yeah, I mean, remove you already have to, so wing state status or removes going lower. Transform you already took, so transforms are going lower. Struggle of that. Yeah, that was one of the events I was talking about. Obtain a relic and take regret. There is a world where we take the regret in order to try to remove it here. Removes are at like around 30%. And if you get the 30%, we basically gained a relic instead of 5 max HP. 5 max HP being around 75. Plus the remove. Another, whatever, 80, 85 currently. So 170. So we have a relic. If we receive the remove. We could generally take it because it curses usually minus 150. But actually, because of our insane amount of card draw, only 100. But then again, we probably lose per fight 4 HP. At least. Maybe 6-7 more. On top of what it does anyways. So it's probably minus 300 for the time being. Minus 300 against the relic, which is probably 200. That is if this is not a remove, which is the most likely. Then we would carry it into this fight. We would carry it into this fight as well. So, yeah. On the other hand, because you already picked attack, I don't even mind removing strikes that much. I think strikes are really bad in our current situation. So, we might as well just click this button here and save ourselves the struggle to have a regret. How bad is regret? It's pretty bad, right? It's pretty bad. How bad? Pretty bad. Is it true? Probably. Yeah. Okay. So get some upgrades in. Upgrade can be Pommel Strike plus 5 or plus 4. Uppercut plus 7, 6. Yeah, uppercut has me. Shrug it off into potential bash next turn, or then I don't play, but I mean, what I'm saying is I do not play Shrug it off because if you draw uppercut, I cannot open with it. Okay, pretty trivial, right? But if we play like this, we can now uppercut Pommel Strike. It also inflicts weakness into next turn. The alternate play would be bash and wait. Bash and wait is another option where we can open with strike next turn. But uppercut seems to be the better open, right? Keep in mind that these are then in the shuffle. We could also wait one turn and take them out of the shuffle. If you play the bash here. If you play the bash here next turn, these are out of the shuffle. Maybe better. And then we attack. And then we play uppercut into permanent weakness. That's better. It's better, right? Bash here. Next turn open with strike, and whatever we drew. If we drew Pommel Strike, we can Pommel Strike and see whether we draw uppercut. But if we don't draw uppercut, we just have perfect... It just seems very, very clean, or not? I mean, the alternate is to open now. And if we... Okay, then we also guarantee the uppercut. Interesting. That's probably the time where I would misplay if I don't think it's true. Because after like the last game already. So, if you play uppercut and pommel strike, the next draw is guaranteed bad. And then we draw into uppercut. I don't want to have a turn where I have to play these, right? Even Shrug It Off is still not there. It feels somehow better to play Bash, yeah? Not to having to play base cards. Okay, now you can argue, yeah, but we have to play these base cards then. But that's not even a good vulnerable turn next turn. We can even bash again under certain circumstances. I think I like that. Yeah, like this. I mean, I don't know, but because now the next turn is not weakened. But maybe we can draw uppercut again. So... So uppercut is in this here with 4 base cards, unfortunately. If we play Pommel Strike, and Shrug It Off, there is a world. Also, it's just very good, right? Yeah. Pommel, Shrug is a good shuffle. Yeah, and is it Pommel, Shrug, or is it Pommel, Shrug, Pommel? It's probably Pommel, Shrug, Pommel, right? Because the idea is to play uppercut next turn to inflict more vulnerable in coordination with replenishing weakness, at the same time blocking, right? Like, it's a Pommel Strike in the deck better or Shrug It Off. And I think there's an argument to say that Shrug It Off in the deck is better. Because we go Shrug It Off, we get Pommel Strike. And then we draw one of these cards. And then we probably want to play uppercut and shrug, right? And not Pommel Strike. Or how is it? If we play Pommel Strike is 13 damage, it goes to 66. If we play uppercut next turn, which we do, is 19, so it's like 47. Then we have an empty turn. The 47 we can inflict usually 41 and then we kill. Yeah, shrug has to be better. This would have been a Pommel Strike, otherwise pretty sad. Weakness, vulnerable, bam, weakness. We are really, whoa, we are rolling, guys. We are freaking rolling. Yeah, look at this, -8 block if you don't do that. Yeah, -8 block, otherwise. Pommel Strike, of course. Yeah, Heavy Blade over Bash. Weakness falls off. Last turn of vulnerable, we get also debuffed. Gar kein Problem. Gar kein Problem. Yes, man. Captain Ahoy, we are freaking throwing the anchor into the sea. Okay, let's see. Bada bam boomba. What? Yo, armament with 3 upgrades in the deck already. I don't think so, no. Whereas Pommel Strike we can circumvent because we can play Pommel Strike into armament. Super clean, ultra clean. Yeah, mega clean fight. Hey, that was a sick fight, man. Wow, that was so clean. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Well, a real relic. Yeah, it has been a while, right? It has been a while since we saw actually a real relic. I mean, it's common, but a real relic, it's true. Dropkick is okay with uppercut. Yeah. Sure. It also is slightly synergetic with the pommel strikes, no? And we also already have uppercut plus. And the armament is never, you say, because uppercut is already upgraded, defend is already upgraded. So we already did some upgrades there. So you want the dropkick? If we find another potion, we just drink the blood potion. We had 4 fights, we found 2 potions. So currently we are at 40%. So we maybe just, also if we use this if we can, for full value. But if we cannot, we just drink this if we find another potion. Maybe use it even for 10, but whatever. Do I ever just click the dropkick? Usually not. Usually not. I mean, we still need to inflict vulnerable. So, but you're saying our deck is also a little bit smaller, so we can probably justify that. Interesting. It's very, very borderline. Another fire for the upgrade. We are still having, yeah, some upgrades to be done. Pommel strike is one. Bash is absolutely not an upgrade after uppercut upgrade already, and then we are running out of upgrades. So, but yeah, I think there's an opportunity to find something reasonable here. The monster fight over upgrade, we could take monster over upgrade, but I mean attacks are already saturated, which basically means, yeah, I don't know, it doesn't make too much sense, right? With having dropkick and already having so many cards in the remove, I also think we don't want to add many more cards, which also speaks against the fight and also speaks for the upgrade. Yeah. Yeah, smiling masked. Whatever, really. Oh, I'm so freaking vulnerable. Into your face. Okay, what? Yeah, one is none. Yeah, one is non-com. Anchor! Stole back. 14 HP. Memory. Rupture. 0 life left now. Nothing. Maybe we can put some infinite direction or whatever. Ja, one sundial and we can really... Ja, whatever. Ja, jetzt kein Scheiß hier. 14. 14 cards, let's make it 12. Let's make it 11. Let's make it 11 after remove. Let's make it 10 and then sundial and we are infinite. Let's make it 9. Yeah, so sundial 3 removes. And that is... Ja, machen wir. Rupture is something which is possibly bad. Which is possibly bad because it's complete trash. Okay, cool. Uppercut, bum, 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 bum. I mean, no decisions here. We can throw the 12 if we want. Probably do that. That guy is still weak and then we just like play our attacks, right? I mean, what are we supposed to do here? Like no real decision making, I guess. Yeah. And we kill next turn with Heavy Blade and Strike. Heavy Blade 14, Strike 6. He is at 18, so we can play the block. Block is also plus, so pretty cool. And last question would be block potion or not. I think that's a no-brainer because we might just find a new potion 30%. And if we do and we have not played the block potion, that would be very sad. Very sad. And it was also full trade value, and we also go into an advanced holy fight where we might find another potion. We could have also used the liquid memory. Was it possible? Not sure. Probably not. It was on 20, right? Not 20. 17. Yeah, whatever. I would never use that potion anyways. Yeah. Heal soon. Yeah, we even heal. Yeah, shrug it off halt, ne? Shrug it off. It's good. Yeah, this anchor is pretty good here. I think I'm rather on the quest to kill one. I think killing one is pretty beneficial. Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that's correct. Also overblocking. Oh. 10. Okay, yeah, shrug it off and maybe kill one. Or we can not shrug it off and not kill one. Oh. Oh. Dropkick, pommel strike. Okay, so... And now we can kill this side now. Yeah, we are going in the direction of a very good healing proposition. Pretty cool. AoE is not needed. AoE is freakingly not needed. There it is. The lost child returns. Card rewards or something else, man. Okay. Was sind das für Card Rewards, man? Was sind das für Card Rewards? Ja, das ist ja verrückt. Ja. Naja, also, the Card Rewards were okay. Transform into Pommel Strike, then transform away strikes. Into into Pommel Strike, uppercut, dropkick. Into Pommel Strike, shrug it off, uppercut, dropkick, shrug it off. Continuously. Pick by pick by pick by pick by pick by pick by pick. Into what? Corruption Disarm. I mean, heh? Sure. Also gives our deck some direction. Into probably now Sundial, Pommel Strike Infinite or what? Yeah, wow. Okay. You heard Corruption is good? Yeah, also because we already picked Double Shrug It Off, right? Makes Corruption even so much more better. So much more better. So freakingly much better that we already picked Double Shrug It Off. Without Shrug It Off's Corruption is a liability. With Double Shrug It Off, it's probably already positive. If you then also combine this fact with the fact that we are currently energy starved, because everything in our deck draws makes the corruption, yeah. I can also see that. Yeah. Corruption doesn't even need Sundial with the second dropkick. Second dropkick, Flash of Steel. Funky. Shops are our going into shop. 2 relics of 3 proc. We go into shop, 2 relics of 3 proc here. Bling bling, every shop is ours. Max sustain, max smiling mask. Okay. Dark Embrace Corruption, ja klar, Mann. Okay. Yeah, okay, I don't know. This is like getting really weird. We don't need the freaking molten egg, by the way. But what we do is this here. Look at this. Strike. Bye. So what's up? Yeah, the Dark Embrace. Honestly, I don't know. Usually Dark Embrace becomes positive because of corruption. Pretty obvious pick. You think so? I'm not so sure about that. And the other question would be, for example, like Sting of Courage. Is that like a pick or not? I mean, if you take Sting of Courage, I would really like to farm all elites we are facing. Obviously. Because suddenly... Also, with the Sling of Courage, the elites in Act 2 are certainly easier than advanced enemies in Act 2. So if we buy the Sling of Courage, we would, of course, farm all elites. All elites possible. So, too much mana and we have cut already. Yeah. What elites are basically free even without the Sling in Act 2. No. Not even remotely. We just need the sundial. What? Sundial. Okay. So Act 2 elites are never. Yeah. I don't know where this comes from really. I mean, the Sting of Courage also gives us like direct power here, of course, and then we can also farm Act 2 elites. So I wouldn't even mind it. I mean, having a position where you can actually prioritize Act 2 elites is pretty cool. Yeah. So basically getting a strength potion every Act 2 fights. A fun fact, I mean, we have Heavy Blade already. And we also have some Pommel Strike, so it actually does even synergize with the Heavy Blade. I think we can prioritize elites. And I also don't think it's that bad to skip shops if we prioritize elites for that. Because even if we prioritize elites and therefore do go to one shop less, we can just go later to one more shop. Yeah, and get the heal there. So, so I think I like it. Yeah. Last but not least, there is this Dark Embrace on sale. Yeah. And you guys say, hey, this Dark Embrace is pretty cool. So is it? Now you're looking at the corruption, obviously, right? But generally speaking, powers before Act 2, especially elite farming, is usually negative. Yeah. What 41 gold is very cheap. Now even cheaper would be if you could just pick it, right? I mean, that would be literally the cheapest. So, yeah. Could be cubes. Yeah, I thought elites are free. I mean, Act 1 elites are indeed free, with the Sting of Courage anyways. So, also have an upgrade. We do have an upgrade. On the corruption, though, right? What? Wait, slime is a problem? Slime is a problem, you say? No. We can even take the 38 one time and we have memory and we have corruption. No. All our relics are useless versus slime. Yeah, but I mean, I think how it will work out is that we wait until, and then we try to block a hit with corruption, and then we just play all our attacks and split the slime as low as possible. If it's not low enough, we can use a liquid memory, but I don't think we need to do that. So the only question about the Dark Embrace is a late game, right? So does the Dark Embrace carry enough late game potential? Or putting it into other words, what does the Dark Embrace do currently for our deck? We can play it. If we play it, it draws exactly 0. If we play it after we played Corruption, we can play it and it will draw, after Corruption, it will draw, well, maybe it will currently draw 4 because we already exhaust two skills, and then Dark Embrace will draw 2 to 3. probably 3 cards. Sorry, 4 to 5. Which is, yeah, okay. Not that great, but whatever. And if you play Dark Embrace first, Shield Market says, I think Dark Embrace will be pretty useless in Act 2 and we will find it later probably when we need it. Yeah, that's a question, halt, no? Whether that's a true statement or not. Because if he sees Neko Eye, I don't think it matters. If we go into a fire, we would like to do an energy upgrade. And the question is also, how good, bad are we currently, right? So if we get a 4th energy, I currently see 2 energy, 2 energy, 2 energy, 2 energy, even more than 2 energy, 2 energy, 2 energy, 2 energy until we play Corruption. And once we play Corruption, I still see these being 2 energy, yeah? So, and then there's of course the gold aspect, that we actually do spend gold, right? Against the Slime Boss is actually pretty interesting because of course if we exhaust, then we gain more draw. How is it against Act 2 elites? It's relatively sad, right? And we play Corruption, that turn we definitely spend our energy. Then we draw 5 cards. If we draw Shrugs, they also replace themselves. Yeah. So, and once we drew 1 single Pommel Strike, we can already utilize our 4 energy anyways. So, it's very late game, right? Like very late game. Probably not to be taken. Usually it goes Corruption into Dark Embrace, and we have that now. So with Corruption, Dark Embrace, we can also pick every skill, right? I mean, that's the other thing. That with Corruption, we want to pick the skills anyways. And if you really have Corruption, Dark Embrace, suddenly the skills become really... Also any exhaust skills are becoming suddenly really good. If that's something we want. But generally we want to pick skills, right? And what's the worst case? 2 energy into nothing, right? Would we upgrade it? I mean, we don't even spend the 2 energy. We actually spend the 2 energy only once we have Corruption down. So usually we just accept it being a dead draw. Minus 1 card, if we draw it. And if we already have Corruption online, we can actually play Dark Embrace, because now we have too much energy anyways. Like upgrading Corruption, yeah? Because even the turns where Corruption comes down, I'm pretty certain that we still can spend our energy. And we just say Dark Embrace is a dead draw. If we don't have Corruption down already. And if we have Corruption down already, we can play Dark Embrace and then skim. Yeah. Once you add a lot of skills, and cycling of it becomes really good. Yeah. We are also strong enough to carry it. And there are not many cards we want to see, right? Dark Embrace being one. Or is it too expensive for our taste? I cannot really wrap my mind exactly around it. How important is Dark Embrace? Before Corruption, it's usually very mediocre. But you can play it, and once you play Corruption, you can basically circulate through your deck. How important is that? Important if you add more skills, right? Because sometimes you're just sitting with skills. Yeah. Yeah, they are, you know. But maybe there's also a world where we say, because we are infinite, we don't even need it. What is the story with the infinite? We are pretty much infinite, right? So, does this nearly infinite speak for Dark Embrace or against it? And what I'm saying is the moment where we drop corruption, we are already infinite, right? We just drop corruption and then flop, bam, bam, right? Yeah, it's pseudo infinite already. We can just like drop kick, pommel strike, like. Yeah. Like embrace feels like win more. I think so too. It also requires that upgrade. If it would be at the end of Act 2, you would 100% pick it. Yeah. Same. Same. I mean, Dark Embrace is part of Exodia, especially with corruption. That's basically the problem here. Because usually, of course, it's not very good until corruption hits. My problem here is that we actually do have enough power to carry it, right? I mean, we are just super strong. And on the other hand, Act 2 fights 2 energy to spend for a Dark Embrace, just to draw a little bit more. What can we do with a little bit more draw? Yeah, corruption can like get... It's schon, with corruption, it's schon important to draw. Having anchor and good potions also speaks for the small early downside. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I only know that usually I'm very disappointed of Dark Embrace. But it's just so sick in the late game, right? It's so crazy good. 2 energy, how bad is that downside? It's completely okay after corruption, right? Let's buy it, let's buy it. I mean, there's really, I don't know. What does Dark Embrace do? Whenever a card is exhausted. It's not even bad against the cubes, no? So uppercut attack. We have 2 strengths, by the way. Super strong. Super strong. Flag. Anchor. Yeah, that's why corruption needs the upgrade. Block, and then we set up Dark Embrace, yeah? Dark Embrace block. Of course the shuffle. I mean, yeah, the defense, but with the shuffle we gain 1 more card. Block. I think because of Dark Embrace we can now block. And the Cupid, the Dark Embrace is, by the way, very positive. I think we can say the same. Yeah. I think we can say the very same. This. My god. Yeah, okay. I think we can say the very same about the Slime Boss fight. So I guess it's fair. Yeah, what is going on here? Oh, fair fight. Burning Pact 2, yeah. Ha ha ha. Burning Pact, Dark Embrace, Corruption, Ashes. Oh. Ja, schon, schon. What is the late game plan here? Weiß man noch nicht, gell? But it's not demon form, right? We have a semi-infinite going. It could also be infinite, then demon form is complete trash. Corruption. The Sundial Branch waiting room. Interesting. Pommel Strike, Dark Embrace. Or is it so important to get Dark Embrace down and Corruption? Then we should wait, but I don't think so. Dark Embrace. Not believing in Snap or Snacko Drop? Oh yeah, I'm believing in the Snacko Drop. Just not right now. I mean, like, Corruption is just like such an important upgrade generally. So Corruption and then block one time, right? Also blocking next turn. Pommel Strike. Ashes. Sure. Okay, defend. Oh, we need 2 energy. Yeah, okay. Good. So what about Burning Pact on a strike? This is so good. Dark Embrace! Never fails. Slime Exhaust. Pretty good. Pretty good. Boom. Es geht ja übel ab hier. What? So good until we have no block against mini slimes. I don't think that matters, honestly. I think we just set up something very nice. What is that? Maybe this is 83. I could play 3 slimes here, then 84, and then maybe bash or something. If you draw the bash immediately, that would be of course the best. Now currently, uppercut would bring this thing down to 77. But we can also just like go for the bash, honestly. No. What, heavy blade to 76? Yeah, but we don't want to do that. Why do we want 2 slimes in the deck? And then I was rather thinking we prepare with the bash next turn if possible. Because there's nothing like in between. So like this. Oh, like this. No, 76. No, because he doesn't attack, you know. So like this. Face the power of the mighty Ironclad! Oh. What? Huh. 9 damage. 15. And we have ashes. Oh. 49. We have block here. Pommel Strike is also 15. What defense you want to play? No, we just play defend later. Have to play the defend. No, we are never playing the defend, guys. What are you talking about? It's like 3 block later and also these 3 damage. No, we are not drawing anything here. Watch for the draw. You mean this or what? For 15, we can just play that next turn, no? I mean, this is not a big difference. No, we are perfectly fine. We are farming them like crazy, guys. The only question is, do we want to play slime or 9 damage, but 9 damage is better. And then we split them on 49, 24. That's already like triple slime is already 9 damage. Like this is already 12 AoE. So they are already kind of splitted. We can also pinpoint them, of course, if we want with... this is like the worst, like with the slimes, but we can also just uppercut... uppercut, drop kick, for example. There are many solutions. What any potions this fight? Yeah, if anything, we can use the block potion, but probably rather not. Oh, you mean the liquid memory? Wow. Also, rather not. Also, this is already 12 AoE for 1 turn. Okay, then we might take heat. There is uppercut, there is drop kick, pommel strike. Huh. So this split is 49. And we can play 23 and then kill 1 the turn after. Nearly always. Take 1-time hits. In the worst case. I don't know. We can even put them to 9 or 8 because we can triple slime exhaust. The memory is just way better than block potion, right? Kind of. Alright. So uppercut on this is basically also weakening it at the same time. 13 plus 15 is 28. That's already too much. It's funky, right? So we could split it on 23, but not the biggest fan. There's a world where we play... Yeah, so uppercut pommel strike would be something I would like to do. Maybe we can deal 23. Then we take 13. That's okay with me. We could also deal, of course, the damage on this guy, but bash pommel is okay. 23. Yeah, it's the same. Same. The downside is that this guy attacks, so we could also do the 23 on the front if you want that. Yeah. The downside is that you take a lot of damage then, so maybe not. You know what, just keeping this is okay. But then I would probably rather like to play the slime before I play pommel strike. Because otherwise we don't guarantee dropkick, which is super sad. So if you do this, let's play it this way. I like this the best. Also gives us the option to draw block 8. Yeah, this is so much better. It depends what we draw. Like our action depends on what we draw. Yeah, 8 is basically 3 slimes in the exhaust, then it dies. This is solved. If we uppercut, this is also blocked. Yeah. Sure. Can play triple slime if you want. Ah, this goes to 14. I have to say the Dark Embrace was also helpful in this act, right? Also now, like against the boss and such too. No? Pretty helpful, right? Also against the cubes. Also against the cubes, the Dark Embrace probably saved us like 10 life. And here I cannot say. But chances that it saved us, yeah, no. Also probably Slime Boss and Cube Fight already paid itself. The thing. I think. No potion. Yeah, sick. Good potion preserve. Brutality or Reaper? Reaper, Sling of Courage. Yeah, Reaper just like finisher. Sometimes. Not the best cards for this deck. No, but it's sustain. It's like finisher sustain. Before I pick empty, I pick Reaper. And now the only... What Reaper Ashes? Exhaust automatically means also Ashes. Yes. Exhaust generally as an attack being slightly beneficial. But that being said, it also delays Corruption Dark Embrace. So it goes two ways. But that being said, Reaper is a possible finisher. So Reaper, Snecko Eye. Yeah, we always pick Snecko Eye, sure. Brutality. I don't know. Another power, maybe too much. Maybe too much. We also don't want to take Rupture, right? Unless it comes upgraded. Upgrade, I could see it, but otherwise I cannot see it. Especially not with our very often going infinite approach as well. Yeah, Reaper also Dark Embrace. Yeah, let's take Reaper. Häufiger. Nö. Wahrscheinlich eher so Snecko Eye, ne? We currently have a +1, +2, arguably +3, +4, +5, +6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have like a +10 count on the Snecko. Snecko is normal, so yeah, I would say decent on a break-even count, like pickable. On a +10 count, it basically means you gain, yeah, extra 3 energy per turn. Pretty good if you ask me. Let's make it extra 2 energy per turn, but it's something in this magnitude. Or did you say something about infinite? I mean, if it's something about infinite, we don't need to do it. More than +10 because of corruption? No, I counted corruption 5. Yeah. The question is whether we want to whether we want to, ja, Infinite later, but eigentlich nicht, oder? Can't snack over in the Infinite. Yeah, but who cares, probably. We probably gain more power by having the Corruption Snecko Dark Embrace package than by focusing on the Infinite. It's also, because our initial draws are also more reliable, we can also assume that Smile Mask removes the rest of the garbage, and then it's even better. Yeah. Yeah. Snecko Corruption is just too strong of a win rate. Yeah, klar, yeah, logisch. Yeah, because we also have Ashes and everything. It's completely insane, of course. Yeah. And then these are still doing damage, and this is also being played repetitive. So, and we can always take the biggest, also the most enemies and most elites. So we get the highest scaling, and we can now also take stuff like Demon Form and such. But we do not brick. So we can take any skill, by the way, any skill, because of course every skill we add, the better this becomes. So yeah. No, I think it's pretty clear. Let's take Snecko. Yeah, the max outing elites is clear. And if that means we can max out 2. Yeah, that's, I mean, sometimes I really, I don't know. Sometimes things are just stupid, you know. If we want free path in X3, we have to take the Burning Elite. And if we take the Burning Elite, this is like a complete garbage pathing. Wow. It's really bad. Like, really bad. Holy crap, is that bad? Yeah, in the middle we have 2 shops and 2 elites. But I don't know. That also means we don't have free pathing in X3. Nah, the boss is irrelevant. We are strong enough for everything, but... Yeah, shops are slightly better because of the remove thing. The heal thing doesn't matter. The elite thing is really sad. You're worried about hitting too many shops without Sundial Branch Gold? I mean, yeah. I really feel I'm slightly annoyed because we are missing elites. Why I hate it so much. I don't even know what to do. Do we have any payout table for the normal enemies? The normal enemies are becoming better because we have Dark Embrace Corruption in the deck. And Dark Embrace Corruption means every skill we add is positive, yeah? What about question marks? Question marks are... I don't know. Question marks can be Apparition. Apparition is weird. It's really weird. I don't even know what to do with it. Upgrade all base cards is weird. Because it's 1x9 block, these 2 we will remove anyways. I don't know. Red must stay us slightly weaker because we already have Anchor. Vampires are really bad. Even Apparitions are not the jackpot. And we said any skill we add is positive, yeah? Yeah, and then there are also other cards we could add. Yeah, elites would be really good, I don't know. Also... Also I think free pathing in Act 3 means one more elite, but I don't know whether that's important if this is already bad pathing. Vampires are really bad, right? Nah, it's not great. There are some life loss events we can happily take, like the dagger, the book. There are some. I mean, this also costs this. Shops. Yeah, shop. I guess one shop is schon important, right? So. And can we manipulate shop? No. Like if we find a shop here, that's also... I don't know, guys. Really not. So this is all 3 question marks. No, it's actually only 2 question marks. Library is a really good event for us. Okay. And apparitions is a take or no take? Also don't know, right? And burning elite? Things do not align. Why do things not align? I'm eating a very tasty bread, like with different ingredients, secret ingredients. Okay, so burning elite into no shop into free pathing Act 3. Then we do not make use of this mining mask. Hey. Mann, das ist der worst layout ever. Wie kann man denn nur 2 Eliten haben? Wir haben everything for the elites and then nothing aligns, man. Yeah. What, we had a 10 out of 10 Act 1? That's true. But we are in a position where we have everything to farm everything. And there's literally nothing to farm. The Spire basically tells us you cannot farm anything. Take a safe act. Naja, everything is safe. Yeah, we are just not utilizing our life. Everything is safe. But the thing is, if we do this, we already don't do the shop. So we want more question marks for also the shops. 3, 6, 9, 12. And in the worst case, we have a lot of gold. But so be it, yeah? Take the burning. Yeah, we want to take the burning. We are strong enough to farm anything. Klar. Natürlich nehmen wir das burning. Klar. Logisch. Ja. Stapel oder was? So oder was? how is Iron Wave Plus? Besides being upgraded. Not good enough, right? We are looking for different cards, not a skill. We are looking for... I would maybe take a bludgeon. I don't know. Would we take a bludgeon? Probably yes. I don't know. Yeah, but Iron Wave is not it, right? Not a skill, yeah? Okay. No, right? Simply no. I mean, we do have. No. It's probably not good enough anyways. Lose real HP is sad. But you would definitely take Snacko draws into them and we play them all for free. What do you do if Snacko draws into them and we don't have drawn Corruption? And then you play them the hard way? Or what do you do with them? And even if you do play them for free, I mean, you lose 37 HP right away. And what, play them the hard way? You go even for one turn, right? No, not right, because you lose 37 max HP. That being said, we have sustain with meal ticket. So, and even if you get like 3 turns of apparitions, is it something you want? I mean, what am I saying? Do you not want to use your skills? And the answer is simply yes, right? Yeah, for blocking purposes. I mean, do we have a barricade? No. And if we get the barricade, do we win? Probably yes. So, I don't even know. Is we add skills? No, it's not even about the variance. It's also just that you want to freaking play your skills if you draw them. Or do you want to, hey, I already have apparitions, so I do not play blocks. But I do not play attacks either. It doesn't make sense to me because the blocks are also Shredder's Ashes and such. Also, can we keep them and delay them? I mean, that could be a thing, but I mean, losing real HP. Yeah. Also, once we have strength scaling, we probably reaper ourselves up in a lot of fights. No, I mean, that's a little bit. We cannot even get a spoon because we have already corruption. Corruption spoon doesn't work. What is that? 19. Now this is killing most, right? It's better. Armament plays for free, I don't know. Every skill plays free. It might even upgrade the one or the other heavy blade, dropkick, bash, dark embrace. Dark embrace sometimes, burning. The worst case it blocks. No. No. Yes. At least it's not a curse. Okay, so what did we get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 notes, nothing. Okay, great. At least we got something to upgrade here. Better. Six. Nine. Uppercut here. It's also strength, yeah, it's a burning elite, man. Yeah, also we can either uppercut this fat gremlin. Do we have any incentive to do that? Yeah, then we can keep the Reaper, if that's the thing. Little sad story, but we are also benefiting from this summon. She really attacks. Ooh. Because I really wanted to do this too. So, she really attacks. Really. But I mean, being frail, it was also not exactly great. Armor and shrug it off. Or we try to find something. It's better to find something. Because currently this is, yeah, no, it's better to find something. Like this. In case Dark Embrace costs too much, I have armaments. Never mind. I have to say the Dark Embrace wasn't that bad. Right? Not so bad after all. Dark Embrace and such. Ritual Dagger! Sacrifice to the boots! To the gods! Another garbage crap. Man. Dual wield. Dual wield Snecko usually good. Choose an attack or power card, add a copy of that card into your hand. With Snecko you can actually duplicate your best attack / power in your hand. In our case that might even be sometimes Dark Embrace to draw even more cards. Usually we will overdraw them, but under certain circumstances it's basically positive value. Once Corruption and Dark Embrace is down, it is necessarily positive value. Yeah. Dual Dagger. Dual dagger later if we didn't find scaling is also something. Yeah. I guess we can do that. It usually blocks the draw though. The same goes for armament miners. So yeah, maybe we might have some consideration for that at some point. Yeah, armaments miners is of course not a good draw. And the same goes for dual build in a lot of cases. But yeah. So shrug it off. Or this if you don't want to draw, you know. I could also see this. I mean, this is just like, you know, it hatches a little bit, it's okay. We really want to get this stuff down, right? So there's that. I just use the block potion, yeah. With kind of a notion of why not, if you can use it. I do not see anything wrong with that. So we need the reach dagger. Okay, armament on burning tech. Burning tech on strike. Yeah, Reaper. Reaper is 5. Okay. And this already kills or not? Rather not, being weakened and such. But fortunately we have skills. More. Now it kills. Another sacrifice to the gods. Yeah, Flex is a skill, but yeah. Okay. Shop money. Yeah, but rather elite than shop, of course. A lot of gold and an ink bottle. Ink bottle is probably positive. It's positive, probably positive, right? Can also set it up and such. These dudes, they do not know what's coming. They do not know what's coming for them. Big chest. No, you cannot double. Double is not possible. They only get like 2 targets or what? 1, and then this was different or what? 1, 2, was das? Was das? Question mark? What? Do Reaper not embrace? Pew. Rhymes us with a double corruption is worth it. Yeah, for consistency. Also, if you're blindlessly, brainlessly picking any skill we trip upon, which I'm currently doing because it's just like what I'm doing. I mean, if you witness the last fights, I mean, we picked armaments minus, we picked fuel beat already. So it seems that I'm a fan of like clogging the deck with garbage skills. And if that is true, and that is true, maybe we would like to play the cheaper corruption. Even if you draw both in the same hand, we can still play the cheaper one. And it also enables us to pick another Dark Embrace if that's the case. Body Slam is good too, but it's a common. Body Slam is basically setting up one turn kills partly, yeah. We could go super right with Snecko in the second corruption. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we are already doing that kind of, right? And what was with the Body Slam? The Body Slam is also very good. Because of Anchor already, turn 1. And because later we can exhaust our deck into a big Body Slam very often as well. That being said, we also deal a lot of non-related damage, non-damage related damage with the Sharon's with the Sharon's Ashes. Dagger doesn't like super white. Dagger doesn't care. Dagger upgrades every time. And then it's 100 and it's 200. And Body Slam can still find. I think corruption is of utmost importance. No? Corruption is really, really important that we get that down. Yeah, and kind of not drawing corruption if we need it is kind of very, very bad. Oh. Like you see here. Ja. We are witnessing 2 non-upgraded skills. Skills after corruption become 0 energy. After corruption, armament reads 0 energy, 8 to 9 block, whatever, plus 3 damage. That should be good enough. And we have 2 corruptions in the deck, so the likelihood of drawing corruption is very high. And after Dark Embrace, it's actually completely free. There is the Bloodletting, which gives us 2 energy instead. I don't know. Blood to smooth out once corruption is active. Bloodletting is like a little bit difficult with the Snecko Eye. And once corruption is active, you say. You think 2 energy is better than basically around 8 to 9 block or what? So kind of in the idea after corruption. No, actually not, right? I mean, I can see the idea, but also 2 energy or I don't even know. Or 8 block or what, or 9 block or what? 8, 9 block or 2 energy or what? And beforehand, armament is probably also still worse than bloodletting or what? Hmm. 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 I mean, sure, we do have a lot of card draw. We could, we do not need the energy too much with corruption enabled. No, it would be fine. And it's also before corruption, we very often don't want to play. Like whether it's like on 3 energy armament, bloodletting doesn't see play. On 2 not. On 1 armament might sometimes see play. Bloodletting might sometimes see play, right? So, but there is something to the bloodletting which can give us energy if we are breaking on corruption / dark embrace. And if we play bloodletting, suddenly we are okay with corruption dark embrace. Actually, bloodletting is better. If you even want to take bloodletting, we could also just say we don't take it, no? I mean, it's 3 HP loss. It's really so-so. After corruption, of course, it still gives 2 energy for 3 HP. That would be good. No, I think it's okay. It's also something about the life loss that this is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, it is a bad thing, but we also do have Reaper, and I also feel that if we find yeah, I think this just gives options while this doesn't. Like in a setting like this, you know. It's okay in a setting like this. Yeah. Skill or energy? Probably energy is better than skill, right? Energy better than skill, guys? Probably, right? Skill potion. Energy can really bail us out sometimes. Skill cannot do that. Correct? Probably. I really have to say, das Bloodletting ist echt nicht schlecht, ne? Guck mal hier. Das wird doch voll ab. Oh. Darkstorm Parry of Dexterity Potion. Carnage Heavy Blade upgrade skip. Dexterity Potion. Not yet, right? Dexterity Potion is weird. Alright. 3 potions here. How do we have 45? Yeah, what is it? Reaper. Bloodletting utility again here, look at this. What utility from? Yeah, a little bit utility is okay. Strength potions probably not needed. Yeah, if bloodletting was okay, seeing red has to be okay. Juggernaut is also okay, by the way, just saying. Juggernaut is also Juggernaut is 1 feel no pain away from B-plate Juggernaut into... Do we have damage currently? Not really, right? No. Yes, but burst damage 100. No. So burst damage 100, of course we can duplicate it with the dual wield. Then it's like 300. But yeah, no, like Ashes, like of course, like that's like around 50. So it's still good enough for like stuff like this boss or something. But of course a Juggernaut could help. Especially because Juggernaut Snecko, you know. Juggernaut to energy, we have dual wield dagger. Yeah, we have also dual wield Juggernaut, huh? Whenever you gain block, deal 5 damage to a random enemy. How often do we get game block? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Juggernaut is such a bad card. 40 damage, and we auto pick Feel No Pain anyways. Yeah, we absolutely auto pick Feel No Pain. Like Juggernaut is probably around 50 damage in a very long fight. And if we pick Feel No Pain, if we even would buy Feel No Pain, of course, we are at 100 damage. What pretty rare, Juggernaut looks so good, yeah. Sure, but seeing red is of course also very beneficial. Even more so than Bloodletting, because Dark Embrace seeing red also does work. I'm really not sure whether the Juggernaut is what we are looking for. We can also duplicate the Juggernaut for another 100, but yes. If you pick any skill, the Juggernaut will probably go up to 60, 70 damage. Yeah, I mean, it is true. But keep in mind that we also have damage in the form of Flame Barrier. And we can also choose when to play that. So I'm not even sure about the Juggernaut there. Maybe we should just take Seeing Red. Any body slam is so much better than Juggernaut. No, Juggernaut is just extra damage. Yeah. Juggernaut is just like extra damage. Which is the question, like when we actually want to have that. It's also random extra damage, which is also super sad. Let's take the Seeing Red for now. Cool. Strength potion over energy potion. Weird, right? We don't want strength. Recall or Smith. Probably Smith in case we find any other super relics. Probably Recall, I mean. Or did we have any upgrades we wanted to do? I don't think so. I mean, we could have upgraded armaments, I don't know. So now we have a boss fight on 3 energy. I really wonder whether I thought that through. Okay, so yeah, 3 energy is like, yeah, it's not really 3 energy, it's true. So armament on probably something like this, right? Not that it matters. Dark Embrace is already set up or not, or what? Where is it? No, we don't even have Dark Embrace yet. What? Oh, interesting. Ah, yeah, here it is. Oh yeah, we can actually here Burning Pack Corruption. Is that clever? Huh. What is that? 75. 75. Meh. Okay. Hyper Beam? No, Hyper Beam isn't happening, guys. No, that's right. No, Hyper Beam isn't happening. Okay. Oh. That's much better than Juggernaut. Okay. You're right. I see one relic we will definitely not take upon. Oh my god, ey. Das geht jetzt so ab. Okay. Okay. Oh. What can stack or ruin the infinite? Ja, klar, logisch. We can either take Mark of Pain or we can take Astrolabe. What wounds are easy? Okay, why are wounds easy? I don't get it. Wounds are basically delaying everything we want to set up, right? But not the first turn. So turn 1 we really draw 7 real cards. But I'm not exactly sure. The Astrolabe. Okay, you're saying we remove this anyways, we remove this anyways. So Astrolabe is really weird. Because this is also Snack Code, not that bad. This is also Snack Code, not that bad. And yeah, I mean, why would we remove anything? Easy mark. Was Astrolabe is scary. Why? We already have packed and we'll prioritize something like Second Wind. Besides prioritize, you just pick it, sure. But Blade works now with Demon Form. Yeah, I'm just saying, is 3 energy not enough? That's basically the question here. You could also just assume that 3 energy is enough. But I also assume that at this point anything is good, so whatever. Isn't Mark of Pain good? No. Eigentlich nicht, ne. It's okay. It's not very good, it's a big word. Yeah, it's like donkey our way through the Spire or what. Ah yeah, normal fights are also better because of dagger. Interesting. Yeah. Double shot plus elite you want? Okay. Fun fact, we gain the life afterwards. Oh, we have Demon Form into Reaper now as well. Pretty sick. The Demon Form Reaper thing. Yeah, another Liquid Memory. Liquid Memory or Distilled Chaos, guys. Powers through. Oh, more wounds, yeah. Powers were probably good enough, despite the wounds. Powers were just a good card. What POC champ you say? What's the POC? Also POC is that we delay everything further, yeah? So we don't draw the Ritual Dagger that often. Whereas Ritual Dagger is already at 60, will be going to 100. Basically one-shotting any enemy until the heart. But okay, against the bosses we can wait 2-3 turns until we use it, fine. Corruption is not that important because we really have 2 corruptions in the deck. But for Dark Embrace the delay is also a little bit annoying. For Demon Form the delay is certainly annoying. We want to upgrade Demon Form, by the way. So, and currently we do not have mitigation for the wounds. So Chaos goes deeper. Yeah, we keep the Chaos, it's okay. So I mean, I'm not completely sold on the power through, but you're saying with the power through we can just block longer. Okay. I mean, I guess everything works. Yeah. There's I think everything works. You can probably just take power through. Yeah, right, man. The force energy, by the way, is super important if I take a look at this. Yeah. We have 4 energy, definitely good. And if I take a look at this, definitely good that we picked the powers. Ja, muss man ja auch mal ein bisschen. Very expensive, man. Hey, komm. Verarsch mich nicht. Yeah, we use the potion only if it's really mandatory. Also it's okay to use the potion, but only if we have big problems otherwise. Yeah. Here we go, Ritual Dagger again. Bloodletting, good like always. Can even increase the energy of the Bloodletting if you want. We actually want. Bloodletting for 3 energy is super good. Another corruption. I guess just bring the one guy. What is that? 3 energy. I don't know. Then we can kill one. Would probably also kill the other, but whatever. So what is that? Right. Gambling chip. Haha, gambling chip is so sick. What is that? Ey. Ja, okay, Mann. Das ist lecker. Es ist ja so ein. Es ist ja so. Yeah, right, Mann. Okay, das ist ja so unverschämt. Das ist ja gar nicht. Ja, das ist ja richtig unverschämt, der Run. Holy crap, ist der unverschämt. Richtig unverschämt. Okay, Distill Chaos goes deeper, but Memory is utility. Should we not just like keep 1-1? Probably yes, right? 1-1? Memory is utility. When do we use Memory? It's just like more versatility or what? Probably. We need it if you need to fish for corruption. We also need it if you need to fish for demon form. We also need to use it for fishing back demon Dark Embrace. That's a necessity. What was the fire? Were like complete trash or what? Yeah. But we cannot avoid everything. What was with the shop? 1000 gold. Also not very good. Enemies are complete trash or what? No. Skill's super good also. Skill's now even better because now we have Gambling Ship to fish for Dark Embrace Corruption. Ich habe keine Ahnung, was sollen wir denn machen? Now we already saw the Orb Walkers, right? So, Mind Boom left Madness. How is Madness? Not good. Yeah, probably not. We can probably just take enemies, then it's okay. What first armament is not trash because of, I don't know. No. Or they attack Pierce fully, yeah. Stop attacking us, man. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Nah, the 1000 gold we don't want, that's the problem. So what's going on here? Yeah, why did I just do that, right? It's a very good question. I don't know. Spew! Okay. Second wind for the 2 wounds of this thing. And also for all the bad status effects. That was missing, right? And also for the Snecko cards. This is so stupid. And also with Ashes, also with Dark Embrace. Yeah, das ist so ein lächerlich. Das ist so lächerlich. Das ist so lächerlich hier. Oh mein Gott, ey. Okay. Also, was ist hier los? Also, Reaper later. These are good attacks. Corruption is there. Something like this, probably. So sick. But what is better than a 0 energy corruption? Yeah, that's right. Than a 1 energy corruption. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Was ist eigentlich? Wenn wir jetzt hier sowas machen oder was? Weiß gar nicht. Wir brauchen noch irgendwie Dark Embrace, we need. I don't know. Oh. Dark Embrace. Sowas oder wie? Das. Okay. Burning Pact is better than Ghostly Armor or not? Burning Pact is probably better than Ghostly Armor. What can this deck sustain versus the heart? Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Burning Pact, yeah? Is it better than Ghostly Armor? Probably yes. What about Heavy Blade with Demon form? What? Burning deals with wounds? Yeah, but Second Wind also deals with wounds. I don't know. What is it? Shop until we drop or what? Yeah, kann wir schon machen. Shops can also give us something good or what? 50 gold for the remove. Or we can just like take one shop less. Oh, but if a shopping cart is so sick. No shopping cart. But this potion belt is also pretty sick. As we need to do the remove. Removes that. Yeah, potion belt is also super sick. Fossilized helix not so much. What is with the phenopane here? What there it is? There is what? Phenopane. You like that or what? I don't even know how good that is, by the way. Yeah. Probably not needed. But whatever. Is probably good enough. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's part of Voltron. As everything is good. We can take anything. It really doesn't matter too much. Save the rest for the gold for the next shop, yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Duplication potion was definitely an option. Why is Dark Embrace always so expensive, man? Stop being so expensive, Dark Embrace, man. Ooh, what? Stop doing that. Yeah, we could also like dual wield, of course, dagger option, so let's not do that. We can only dual wield the dagger if it's also the last card or something. There's some complicated blah blah to that. I don't know, it's a little bit annoying. Maybe something like a second win. But we already put some burns, like he put burns. Yeah, okay, then not. What about just wait? Just wait. Let's just wait. Yeah, the boot shines. Crazy. I could have duplicated that, but not to duplicate this. Another Dark Embrace. And we... okay. Yeah, okay. Also, there's another Dark Embrace. We have double corruption currently going for us. Yeah, okay. So... yeah. Third corruption. Yeah. Do you need it with the chip? This Dark Embrace. I mean, it's just good, right? With a freaking Snake Eye on 2 energy. It's just freaking crazy good. Unless we prefer to have one more skill. If you say we are really skill starved. Are we skill starved? 15 skills currently. I don't know, it doesn't look like skill starved. It just like looks like this is insanely good. And we will also receive more skills. We can also buy skills in the shop, by the way, just saying. Putting that aside. Question. Oh. I found a way to lose the run. Okay. Okay. Naja, so what this Dark Embrace does is just very good. I mean, just look at this crap, right? I mean, just look at this. How much does it do at the moment? Is it already like a lot of damage, right? Like this thing, like the ritual dagger thingy. Yeah. Yes. And that is already sufficient here. Yeah, I know. Setup and so. Yeah, what was missing? Yeah, there's actually this arm might be missing, right? Like this arm is probably something you would need. Bam, this arm. Ja, Backfuß, ja, klar. Damit können wir noch rotieren. Das ist eigentlich auch nicht schlecht. Und was ist das denn überhaupt? Das ist auch gut. Ja, gut, dann mal. Oh, Strike is already upgraded, ja. Trotzdem. Yeah, pretty sick everything. How good is Evolve? Not good enough. We can take the Abacus, yeah. And for... Yeah, I guess that's good. I'm pretty certain that's positive. Also I would be very surprised if it wouldn't be positive, no? So... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is crazy that we also got the dude. Which dude? Yeah, here. The whatever, I don't know. Was ist denn hier los? Ja, Mann, oh Mann. So oder was? Yeah, everything. It is so complete crazy. Also, this is completely. This is. Also. Yeah, also I told to my wife, hey, I would like to have some easy run at some point again, because the last runs were like all. How long have you been back? 5 days. So we did like what, 4 runs, and all of these were like not any kind of breathing room. Like all were completely crazily demanding. Not any room for respite or whatever you say that. Whatever. Yeah. And then. The bloodletting for the save, by the way. And then yeah, and then the run today hit, and that was completely super duper hyper garbage run, and I was really desperate. I thought, okay, where are the easy runs? Do they still exist, these easy runs, or not? Yeah, I was already like giving up hope. That was before this run, where we cannot die in the first round. Not die against elites, not die against an AoE, not die in turn 1 because of bad draw, not die because we are potion starved, not die even if our deck becomes too small, and only powers with the Snecko Eye. I mean, reach your dagger on 100. Okay. Cool. Oh, Havoc? Not really, right? Havoc is just not good. Actually, even Havoc is. No, actually, Havoc is not. Oh no, Havoc is okay. With double Dark Embrace, we can even play Havoc. Or do we have anything we don't want to exhaust? Yeah, the occasional dagger, but also not really. Actually, Havoc is positive. It's also positive because of Feel No Pain. Okay, but at the same time, we don't want to exhaust skills just for no reason. So... Seems nice, you say. Yeah, really. Why? It just would play the card we would play anyways, right? Oh, and it exhausts itself, and then we draw more card, right? Actually, it's positive. Yeah, because it also exhausts itself. Yeah. That's pretty sick. Yeah, I mean, fire is not great, but whatever. Armament or what? Seems okay, armament because of Snecko and a lot of cards. Demon form next or something. Yeah. What is that? So we play demon form, we play corruption or what? Yeah, something like this. Yeah, whatever. Oh, we didn't find any more potions, by the way. Oh, we need the gold for the potions. We need the gold to buy 2 potions in the... I mean, probably we'll find now, but... Huh? Maybe Havoc is... I guess it's okay. What is that? Not enough, right? No. How much is that thing here? 170 only. Ah, yeah, because we don't have this yet, right? Now it's more, now it's 303. Much better. Feels much better. Now next fight is boss, right? So we want to set up for sure. Like, not setting this up is just pure arrogance. Flameberry also sick with Snecko, but Flameberry also sick with Corruption, also sick with Dark Embrace. Sick with everything, honestly. Upgrade Demon Form makes sense. Actually, could have also upgraded this Armor of Pain if I think about it. But yeah, Demon Form is pretty sick. I think so too. Not that it matters too much. Oh, we did not find a potion. This is crazy that we didn't find a potion. That's really crazy. That we didn't find a potion in 3-4 fights. I mean, we literally didn't find potions until we bought the potion belt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I mean, nothing to complain here. I'm just pointing out facts. What is that? We can copy this. This is 0 energy currently. So like this, right? Alright. Oh yeah, we need to take the series, by the way. Alright. So how do we take it serious? We can duplicate Reaper or Demon form. I think I'd rather have one more Reaper than a Demon form. Is it true? I don't even know. Double Demon form is also super sick. Maybe double Demon form is just better. Maybe not. 3 Demon forms is nice, you say? 3. I know where you get the 3. We can duplicate Reaper later. Yeah, and the Feel No Pain, you don't want to play that or what? No, because we play Uppercut. Okay, fine. I can see that. Demon form. Demon form. Seeing red uppercut, no? Like this. Demon form! 6 strength. That's schon garbage, bro. And this is only 160, no? That's schon Drex, bro. Huh. Huh. Exhaust the deck down, save the dual wield for dagger and then nuke. Nee, we can still dual wield, but I don't even want to duplicate the dagger because then it doesn't grow. I'm a little bit greedy in this regard, but I think we can definitely wait for that. So what's going on here? Yeah, Okay. I don't even want the heavy blade, right? Maybe heavy blade is okay. Huh? So nothing or what? So do we play 3 cards next turn or is it weird? Weird. You can't stack the dagger once dual wield. Yeah, there is some specific interaction to that. So about this dagger. Or we just say the 5 extra damage is completely irrelevant. Which is That's probably the case. Yeah. So what we could also just do is we could just wave and just say yeah. Just give this nail probably. That's probably the best, really. I mean, honestly, that's just, yeah, this is just solving this nail. Also, let's do it. Also for one, yeah, one less dagger debuff, and for that we solve this nail. I do that. Yeah, do this, do this. Oh, like this. I mean, whether the dagger is 100 or 105, it shouldn't be too impactful. 6. What's up? Yeah, I like this. Yeah, ink bottle. Seven, 8. Cool. What's up? Yeah. Heavy blade, reaper, this. Defend for 0. Like this or what? 100. Okay. Burning Pack Bash. Dark Embrace Demon Form. I like this. Alrighty, mighty! Good that we took the extra energy, by the way. It's pretty important that we took it. So, Dark Embrace. And here you see the importance of Dark Embrace. That like now we just like draw so many, like significantly more cards. Yeah, no, seriously, I mean, like so good that we have that. What's the crap? What am I even doing? Okay, whatever. This, okay. This. Abacus. What is that? Is it enough? Nearly. Well, this is enough, right? Probably. This and then this. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a Reaper. So I could have duplicated that. A little bit lazy to do that. I shouldn't be lazy to do that. We actually need to wait until we draw real cards by blocking. Oh, empty. How's that now? Yeah, right. Yeah. Cool. We are doing pretty fine, everything considered. We even have the money to buy 2 potions now, but not the remove 2. Oh, that's a little bit sad, I have to say. Speaking of an upgrade, who wants to upgrade the Dark Embrace? Okay, I stop with that. Who wants to upgrade? Yeah, I don't know. Also Feel No Pain ist ein Upgrade. Dual Wield ist ein Upgrade. Disarm is probably rather not an upgrade. Dual Wield... Yeah, Disarm is like no utilization, right? Or what do you want it for? Yeah, Havoc is also as clever as upgrading Dark Embrace. We are not doing that here. Dual Wield makes sense. I can see that. Dual Wield also for the dagger, that's right. Okay. So Power Potion is a no-brainer. I don't think we need to discuss that. Yes, I also spotted the Sentinel. Sick, but not for a draw potion or a remove. So we can either gamble on finding a potion and removing, or we can actually buy a draw potion. I think the draw potion is simply better, right? It just bails out more situations. Cool. So, we don't want this. We don't want this. It's too weak, right? This is too weak. This is strong. This is also energy. But both are attacking us, but I think that's fine. Do we want energy or not? And do we even want this? Nah, 0 energy 12 block. Cannot be that bad. Maybe it's not that great. It's okay, I guess. So, Dark Embrace? Yeah, Dark Embrace. But usually Dark Embrace also... You're saying we just draw enough to make this legit, yeah? Okay, fair. You'll be... Okay. Yeah. So draws as many as possible. Of course, it's on top. We do not only have one Dark Embrace. I'm just saying. Yeah. And the second one we probably don't even want to play. Oh, what is that? We can exhaust that. Huh. Oh, yeah. Okay. What a pity. What a pity. Was ist denn das eigentlich hier? Was ist das da und dann noch das da oder was? Okay. Was ist das jetzt hier? Das sieht so ab oder was? Was ist das eigentlich? Nochmal sowas. Sowas. Ja. Ink Bottle. Award. Ja. Let's set up Ink Bottle. Ja, or not halt. Ist okay. Jo, Blood war Entropic, bro. Ja, genau. Nee, sure. Also, nee, das brauchen wir. That was very necessary that we. Es ist like echt so kann es halt auch laufen. Ja. This is like okay, like this is also how like a run can run, ne? Also can go. Es ist halt echt so, yeah right, you know. Klar, sicher. Nee, klar, sicher. Das ist, wie es läuft hier. Klar, sicher. Nee, läuft. Okay. Okay. Ja, so halt, oder? Das ist ja schon gewonnen. Okay. Ja, dann mal hier sowas, oder? Hier ein bisschen. Hier Power Potion. Boah. Dark Embrace oder was? Sowas. Okay. So. How do we do it? Ja, Top 3, oder? Okay, erstmal ab. Kann ja nichts passieren. Bam, Second Wind. Lol. Okay. Na schön. So maybe not playing the top 3. What about just playing Dark Embrace first and then see? Okay. So Dark Embrace. Yeah, one disarm we definitely play. The other one is for later. Can also drop the other Dark Embrace. Yeah, why not? So, yeah, Flameberry is being played for free here. Why not? Also draw a card. It's also for free. Corruption means bloodletting into best dropkick. Dual Wield. Ja, for Dagger, ne? Also einfach best dropkick. What is it? Memory Potion. We want to have here the dude, here Demon Form. Distal Chaos. Was hier los? Bam Bam, oder? That's about it, already. Das ist so crazy, das geht ja nur ab. Okay. Ritual Dagger. Ah ja, we still need Feel No Pain. We can play this, but then we get pinged, but so be it. We could also start with Burning Pact. We could also start with Dark Embrace. Currently we have 2 Dark Embraces. Yeah, we have 2 Dark Embraces, okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, there's Demon Form, perfect. Yeah. Can play Demon Form. I don't want to waste our blocks for sure. I'll just start like ditch Demon Form, take it from there. Oh. What? I don't think what? Nee, nobody can sabotage this. This is pretty... Did we get out of war? Pretty nuts. Alright, so... yeah, 4, 6, 8, 9, and there's memory. Choose a card in your discard pile. Yeah, actually we could have dual wielded, but now we just wait with it. So, armament, Feel No Pain. Ah, second wind, there it is. Look. Okay. So, memories. Schon. Memories would be schon. What is this? Oh, dual wield. There is something to it. Okay, whatever. Oh no, we actually have second wind. We should exhaust the biggest garbage in our hand. Yeah, Dark Embrace. So there's another this. Do we have something to catch? Dropkick. What is worse? You mean this or what? Ne, was? Ne, ich mach das jetzt mal. Mal gucken. Mal gucken, was hier vorgeht. Mal sowas halten. Also there's something towards this here where I just want to draw into the dude, you know. What is the dude? Oh, there's also some Reaper action. Yeah, the dude is the dagger. Where's the freaking dagger, man? If you need it. Where is it? Mano money. Okay, warte. Reaper. It doesn't matter, I just wait. Whatever. Was worried about dealing damage. Should we worried about dealing damage? Not really, right? There's no indication that we should be worried to deal damage, or? Was ist das? 53, sowas oder was? Sowas. Okay. So it's the weekend. This strips away the crap, but we could also draw first if you wanted. I don't know. Now with this. There is something about the disarm, but we don't need it now, right? Actually, we should just exhaust all the garbage here. Oh, a second wind. Oh, we are overblocking heavily, right? If I do that. Yeah, whatever. So what's the idea? The idea is uppercut. But if I do uppercut, disarm, and then dagger or not, we can basically choose between dagger or dealing less. And then there's also something about this memory. We can also use the memory. Okay. So, oh, what did you say? Uppercut or what? For 1 times 15. And there's memory for the uppercut. Or what? Okay. Ah, yeah, this. Yeah, genau. This here. What do we get? Block. Elixir. Liquid Rose. Yeah, awesome. Moral Power Potion. Do we have 4, 6, 8, 9? Yeah, super. Barricade. Let's go. What? Lock. Elixir. Elixir is here. Zack, 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 zack. Zack. Okay! What wasting Potions? Wieso wasting? Was wird hier gewastet? Wieso? Wieso waste? Super! Super Run! Kann man nichts falsch machen. Aber ja, schon sehr clean alle. Walking through the Spire, free game, yeah. Those runs do exist. Those runs do exist. Ha. Alright. Yeah. If you ever want to see a run where everything aligns, that's pretty much this run. We started and we got every floor a powerful card or something else which made us incredibly stronger. At the same time, we also got always exactly the relics we needed into Corruption's Neko, where we already picked, as we would have Corruption's Neko in the entire deck anyways, namely way too expensive cards, into only relics which were useful, into Exodia from the very get-go, while also always receiving exactly the cards we wanted and we needed. Wow. Yeah. Oh, pretty sick. What, only 2s and 0 in the run? Yeah, pretty nice. Alrighty. Ah, today I can rage AJ. Ah, what a change of scenery. Good, guys. Good. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. That was a pretty sick run. The second one, that is. And we see each other tomorrow for more latest Spire Ultra action, guys. See you. Bye-bye.